Thank you, councillors. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. We acknowledge this country and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders as traditional custodians, their language, songs and dance. We pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. May we continue to peacefully walk together in respect and in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? No apologies. Excellent. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,665th meeting held on Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the minutes of the 4,665th meeting of Council held on 16 November 2021 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we have two public participants here today. First up, we have Mr Jeffrey Smith, who's now entering the chamber, who will address the chamber on purchasing from local social enterprise and opportunities for council to support young adults with autism. Mr Smith, good afternoon. You'll have 5 minutes once the microphone's turned on, and one of the chairs will respond to you. Thanks very much. You can stand or sit according to your preference.
Sure. Mr Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, g'day, and thank you for the opportunity to address Council on the topic of purchasing from local skilled social enterprise. My name is Jeffrey Smith and I run one such social enterprise in Fortitude Valley. First, I wish to recognise the splendid work Brisbane City Council are doing around local and social procurement. The 8% local business procurement target and $7 million social procurement target outline in the procurement policy and plan is a strong signal that Council has moved from cheerleading to really backing our social businesses here in Brisbane. $7 million is a fiercely small target in this public participant's opinion, but it is a target nonetheless, and Council has moved, and that's streets ahead of many other Australian jurisdictions. But I've come here today to present a more nuanced view of social enterprise and social procurement, as I foresee huge opportunities for our sector that councillors may not have considered. These opportunities lie in strengths-based social enterprise, addressing real market gaps and creating new jobs for the Brisbane economy in growth sectors. Procuring well-understood services like lawn mowing and cleaning is incredible and it should continue. But these traditional social enterprises don't actually create new jobs. They distribute jobs more evenly across demographics. New jobs for the future are inherently digital in nature and are growing faster than the labour market can handle. Australia needs an extra 6.5 million workers with digital skills over the next 4 years to keep up with technological change. This, in part, is why more than 85% of data analysis procured by Australian companies is supplied from offshore jurisdictions. What a monumental market gap for social enterprise to fill, and what a monumental opportunity for social procurement. My organisation, called Australian Spatial Analytics, clutches to this opportunity with both hands. We're a data solutions company that's a little different because we harness the cognitive talents of young adults with autism to process and analyse big data. We are a service provider to government departments, other councils, design and engineering consultancies and software firms. And we now employ 30 people, 22 of which live with a disability. 26 are under 30 years old, 14 are in their first job, and 16 were unemployed for more than 2 years before starting with us. We're growing rapidly and will employ 50 people in 2022. We embrace neurodiversity to be faster and more precise data analysts, and this is the strengths-based component I'm talking about. We're in it for the right reasons, being a registered charity that train and employ young people from a disability cohort with an unemployment rate of 55%. That's the social component. And we're local. Public data is in safe hands, free from sovereign and supply chain risk. To scale our impact, we must get the attention of the big procurers of data services in Brisbane. Being named a finalist for the most outstanding social enterprise at the Lord Mayor's Business Awards this year has really helped. And winning the Diversity Employer of the Year at the Women in Digital Awards last fortnight also helped. We pipped some really large organisations in that one. Winning open market contracts in other states and other cities, but creating the jobs here shows we're capable service providers. With the aforementioned skills shortage, a plethora of big data to curate, and willing cohorts of disadvantaged people who are unemployed, there is a win-win-win here for Brisbane. And I really recommend that we become the centre of excellence for the rest of the country. Let's create diverse communities and inclusive communities by backing people that mainstream businesses have overlooked to do highly skilled work. I invite you to visit our office one time and meet the team and see that strengths-based social enterprise is the solution to creating new digital jobs this city so desperately needs. Thank you for listening. I love this city.
Thanks, Mr Smith. You just turn your mic off briefly. Councillor Howard, would you like to respond?
I'd be delighted to respond, Mr Chair. And Jeffrey, thank you so much for addressing us today. As the local councillor for Fortitude Valley, I'm thrilled to know that that you were there and doing such a wonderful job. And I was at the Lord Mayor's Business Awards too, so I just know how important those awards are, and to continue to be recognised for the work that you're doing is vital for us to move forward and to do more. And I agree with you, there's always more that we can do. I am thrilled to be able to tell you that we spent, the council spent $15 million last year with social enterprises, and we understand how important that is. And it is about a real job for real people, and so the work that you do is just so important. So we acknowledge that the commitment to employing and leveraging the unique talents of our neurodiverse residents in delivering spatial analytical services is just something that we all aspire to. So your success is due in no small part to the compassionate understanding of each person's unique skills and leveraging these in the right industries. And I think that's one of the points that you made. And we'd really like to congratulate you for your great work so far. And of course, Brisbane City Council has had an inclusive Brisbane plan 2019 to 2029, which specifically includes reference to diverse needs and abilities of people experiencing intellectual impairment, a result of a significant feedback from our neurodiverse residents. So we try to listen to what our residents are saying and incorporate that into our plans so that they are actually achieving the outcomes that we aspire to. In regards to your organisation, Brisbane City Council is an award-winning inclusive employer itself, and it prides itself on attracting, recruiting, training and retaining employees of all abilities through our employment programs. So I'm very interested in talking to you some more about how we can further those relationships with your company. So can I just finish by saying that I want to once again thank you for coming into the chamber and educating us just a little bit more. I often find that when I'm talking to people, I learn so much about things that we think that we know a lot about, but we find that when we're actually talking to the people who are involved, there is just so much more that we can do. So I'm looking forward to coming down to meet the team. I'll talk to you after I've finished speaking, but it really is a great pleasure for us to have heard from you today. And can I just ask you to send back our congratulations and our thanks to all of the team and all of your employees, and to know that Brisbane City Council will be supporting you, and the Shrinner Council particularly will do all that we can to support you into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr Smith. Billy will see you out. Councillors, our second public participant today is Mrs Michelle Phillips, who has asked to speak to the Chamber on the Mowbray Park redevelopment and the demolition of the former East Brisbane's Bowls Club. Mrs Phillips, thank you. Thank you. You can stand or sit depending on your preference, and your 5 minutes starts when the microphone is turned on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs Phillips.
Mr Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, I'm here to represent Save Our Bolo and the community throughout Coorparoo Ward and beyond who want you to reconsider your intention to demolish the East Brisbane Bowls Club. Lord Mayor, we are not a fake campaign. We're a broad church politically, we're a grassroots community group trying to save our club. As Lord Mayor and Treasurer, I invite you to come down and meet the people and small businesses who will be affected by the loss of this facility. Now, the Schrinner team have repeatedly argued that the club should be demolished for green space. We all know the bowler is smack bang on Lytton Road. It's next to 6 lanes of traffic. Knocking it down will not create usable green space, but it will destroy a highly activated community asset at great cost. 80% of this site is already green space, but council heavily restricts use of the greens, refusing requests to open them up to sporting groups or stage markets, and signage is also banned. No wonder it is seen as underutilised. We've seen the February draft plan developed in response to community feedback. It shows a new facility and the car park moved to the greens. This proves community did not ask for removal of the facility. In fact, alternative plans have been proposed by community members. Dan Clifford from Urban Art Projects has designed a cultural destination from the strong bones of the bolo, cantilevering down to the park to create indoor-outdoor pavilions, and this design would cost less than the demolition to execute. Mr Chair, we note that the second round of consultation notes 88 calls for demolition. How can we trust this when it is so at odds with the first consultation and when this council has been caught using staffers to manipulate consultation outcomes on other matters? Community spaces are increasingly rare. There are waiting lists across all existing facilities. Yet you plan to demolish a venue that is highly activated by a diverse range of community groups, individuals and DIY arts enterprises, hosting over 6,000 artists and nearly 45,000 patrons over the last 5 years. Our bolo is the East Brisbane community hub, close to public transport, connected to the valley, but not in the valley. It provides a safe haven to diverse groups and a social lifeline to isolated individuals in this inner city, the inner south city fringe. I have worked across human services for the last 25 years in this community, and I've seen how critical such spaces are in connecting people and keeping them safe. And this is a safe haven for our young people, for elders, for the LGBTI community members and people with disabilities. It's actually the only DIY music venue in Brisbane that has disability stage access. Not many of the commercial ones do either. Young people who grew up in East Brisbane say the bolo is a welcoming space where they come to hang out and participate without feeling obliged to buy drinks. The history of the bolo goes back to 1905. This site has seen continuous use as a recreational space since then, with significant community social events documented across that time. Live music has been an emerging thread in the rich cultural history of the club. Local Brisbaneans have benefited from the opportunity to move from practice rooms and underhouse shows to playing on a real stage to a paying crowd. John Patterson played his first gig with the Greats in 2003 in the bolo. He's gone on with fellow artists to set up the wildly successful pub choir, which I'm sure most of you have heard of. The building is solid, it's soundproof, it's relatively low maintenance. It's widely recognised as having excellent acoustics. Of course it does. It was purpose-built to accommodate the recreational life of this community. Aussie icon Chad Morgan played a few weeks ago to a full house. He said it was a lovely place to play and called on Brisbane City Council to save it. We are not representing Backbone here, but we're aware they've agreed to move to a less suitable home within the old Seven Hills TAFE, which will not support live music. It's 4 metres from an aged care home. We invite councillors to meet with the community enterprises, artists and patrons who will be displaced with removal of this community asset. All 3 Mowbray Park buildings were rated as not architecturally significant in 2016, but architecture is just one heritage criteria. We call on Brisbane City Council to review this significance and consider the social and cultural value of this facility. It is not so easily replaced or removed. To settle matters, please conduct a 3rd community consultation assessment, an open process this time. a genuine process. Finally, please come down and meet with community members. We have 2,500 social media followers at the moment. It's building every day. It's growing as people see that council is not listening.
Mrs Phillips, your time has expired. Thank you very much. The Chair would like to respond. Councillor Davis. Stay there.
Oh.
And just turn off your mic, please. That'd be just push the button. Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr Chair, and good afternoon, Mrs Phillips. My name is Tracy Davis and I'm the Civic Cabinet Chair for the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, and thank you for taking the time to come in to present to Council today. We do recognise that Brisbane residents living close to a park is very, very important, and Mowbray Park is valued not only for its heritage values and its proximity to the Brisbane River, but as an inner-city parkland area, open green space is highly valued and highly contested. As you mentioned in your contribution, Council undertook consultation with the community to hear their thoughts about the future of their local parkland, and the feedback that was received from that consultation is currently being considered. So I'd like to thank you again for coming in and sharing your thoughts and addressing the chamber today.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Can't take points of order out of debate, but I recognise you standing, Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd like to move the suspension of standing orders to allow me to move an urgency motion.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Cook and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that standing orders be suspended to allow for an urgency motion. Councillor Cook, you have 3 minutes to establish urgency.
Thank you. And the urgency motion has been emailed, and it is that the Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, urgently meets with the Save Our Bolo group. Do you want to? Mr Chair, this is urgent today because we have just heard from Michelle, who is a member, a genuine community representative of the Save Our Bolo group, who was asked to meet with the Lord Mayor. That hasn't been addressed by Councillor Davis today. She didn't even note the fact that she had made that request of this chamber. We also, Mr Chair, have new information today which makes this incredibly urgent, and I want to table a document which is the Mowbray Park Draft Concept Plan Ideas, February 2021, based on community feedback. Mr Chair, this is urgent today because this new information and this plan and what we've heard from Michelle today sends a very clear message that this LNP administration had a draft concept plan back in February 2021 based on community feedback that included constructing a new community facility on this site, not demolishing it. This is urgent because someone, we don't know who, whether or not it was the Lord Mayor of this city, whether or not it was the local councillor and chair of parks at that time, Councillor Cunningham, or someone else who had completely ignored this plan and instead decided to bulldoze this site. This is not good enough. We have Michelle and other representatives from the group here today and watching online who want to speak with the Mayor directly about this issue and speak about the change to this concept plan. They want him to attend on site. They want him to explain to them in detail why these changes were made, why this plan that was based on community consultation was ignored, and why this building is important to retain as part of the East Brisbane community. Today, we haven't had that commitment, which is why we are asking for him to urgently meet with the group. This is also urgent because one of the fundamental principles of any democracy is having transparency and accountability in decision-making. Here, we have the LNP administration wanting to bulldoze a community facility against the wishes of residents, and those same residents should be given the opportunity to meet with the Mayor of this city to express those concerns. We have all heard the appalling slurs by this Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, by Councillor Cunningham, the local councillor, by the Deputy Mayor of this city, Krista Adams, by the Chair of Public Transport, Councillor Ryan Murphy, directed at these residents both here in the chamber and in public. It's on the public record. What the Lord Mayor and those councillors haven't had the guts to do is meet in person with these residents and speak to them face to face about these issues. This is urgent because these residents have waited long enough to be genuinely heard by this Mayor. They have come here today and asked to meet with him and again have been ignored. This LNP administration is not interested in listening. They would rather try to discredit,
Councillor Cook,
smear and abuse
your time
residents.
has expired. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of this matter being urgent, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hands and say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cook and Councillor Cassidy. Please ring the bells. We don't need to ring the bells, do we? Everyone's here? Okay, let's go straight to the division. We're dividing on this motion. All those in favour of this matter being urgent, please say aye. Raise your hands. Aye. All opposed, say no and raise your hands. No. Clerks. Read the result, please.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 20 against.
Thank you. Councillors, we now move on to question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr Chairman, I want to bring to your attention some problems with the council papers today, and I'm seeking your advice on how the matter should be handled. There are a number of attachments to the Ltip that were provided to us as part of the ordinary council papers. These are the schedules of work for the Ltip projects. They are illegible. I have attempted with IT to have them resolved. I've raised it with the CEO. Their suggestion is to blow it up to 800-point font, but it is still not legible. Even at 400-point font, it's 10 computer screens wide, and obviously that's very difficult on a small laptop. So, the council papers that have, some of the council papers that have been provided to us are not legible. It's extremely difficult to make an informed decision when we don't have access to legible council papers, particularly with respect to the Ltip. What are you going to do about this?
Councillor Johnston, as you said, you've raised this matter with the CEO. I expect that you will get a response from the CEO. Thank you. We now move on with question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chairs of any of the standing committees?
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
Mr Chair, could I just point out your microphone's not on?
Point of order.
Yeah. Yeah. Councillor, just a minute, Councillor Owen. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, you are responsible for the running of this meeting, Mr Chairman, not the CEO of Brisbane City Council. So I'm seeking your advice as a procedural matter under the meeting's local law. What are we supposed to do when the council papers, some of them are not legible? This matter is to be debated in just moments, so I'm seeking your advice about what we should do.
I'll seek the advice that you have been asked for of the CEO, and when that's provided to me as well, I'll share it with the other councillors. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question today is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. In the last few weeks, we have heard the Leader of the Opposition in this place try to misinform the community when it comes to bus services on multiple occasions in an attempt to hold on to his job as leader of a fractured Labor team. Their record on misinforming people on public transport is appalling.
Councillors on my left, please. Please restrain yourself. Councillors on my left. Councillor Owen, would you like to repeat the question, please?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr Chair. I will repeat the question at your request. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. In the last few weeks, we have heard the Leader of the Opposition in this place try to misinform the community when it comes to bus services on multiple occasions in an attempt to hold on to his job as leader of a fractured Labor team. Their record on misinforming people on public transport is appalling.
Excuse me, Councillor Owen. Councillor Johnston's on a feed.
Yes, I just draw to your attention the allegation that Councillor Owen is making that the Leader of the Labor Party is deliberately misinforming or misleading residents, you are not supposed to, under the meetings law, make an adverse reflection.
Councillors, please.
The meetings local law says you're not supposed to make an adverse reflection about another councillor, and that's clearly not only making an adverse reflection but imputing motive on the Leader of the Opposition's actions, and I'd ask you to rule it out of order.
Thank you for your observations. Councillor Johnson, can you get to your question, please, Councillor Owen?
Would you like me to commence from the
please
beginning again?
please get to the point where you're asking the question of Councillor Murphy, please.
Sorry, Mr Chairman, I'd like a ruling on my point of order, please.
I don't believe that there are adverse reflections on the Leader of the Opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I will continue the question. There is no doubt that he is bad with numbers, but I think the public needs to know just how bad. What are their policies compared to our own? And is there anyone else on his team who is any better?
Councillor Murphy.
Mr Chair, can I thank Councillor Owen for the question? Very simply, under the Schrinner Council, we are seeing Brisbane's largest investment ever in public transport and green transport. Labor's alternative is a PowerPoint presentation. We're delivering game changers for our city, like the Turn Up and Go Brisbane Metro, green bridges linking the north and south side, an e-mobility scheme that has achieved more than 5 million trips, and new ferry terminals and double-decker city cats. Councillor Cassidy has proposed 229 words. Labor's mobility plan here. Mr Chair, what would the Brisbane of tomorrow look like under his watch? Certainly not better than the Brisbane of today. Now, we know that the Leader of the Opposition likes to think of himself as the heir apparent, the modern reincarnation of Lord Mayor Jim Sawley. But in reality, this Labor opposition remains at its core the party of Clem Jones, the party that ripped up Brisbane's trams, and only now are we starting to repair the damage, introducing Brisbane Metro's trackless tram solution. And as we get towards the end of this year, Chair, Councillor Cassidy's colleagues are going to be looking at him and they're going to be thinking, do we have another Lord Mayor Jim in the offing here? But, Chair, one thing Lord Mayor Jim was very good at was doing the numbers, and the Leader of the Opposition is going to have to be very good at the numbers to survive. He only needs to get 3, but let's look at his past performance, OK? The other week, Councillor Cassidy had the claim that the Schrinner Council had cut 480 bus services. I looked at that, Mr Chair, and my heart skipped a beat. How could that be? How could that be when we only operate 220 bus services across the entire city? Across the entire city. As always with Councillor Cassidy, the devil is in the detail, and it's a shame that he never waits to learn the detail before he tweets. The 480 figure actually referred to the Mount Cootha shuttle, Route 480, a bus service that only attracts 2.4 people per trip, including the driver. So how about another? The LNP has cut 67% of Brisbane's ferry services, he says. It's no secret that 9 monohull ferries were removed due to safety concerns, and these will return to the water. That is the 67% that he refers to, that only 3 will be restored. But he's failing to account for the 5 kitty cats and the 4 new double-decker city cats we've added, with another 5 to come.
Councillors.
Mr Chair.
Councillors, please.
Mr Chair, one of the most disappointing parts about the opposition leader's policy platform, I think we can all agree, has been his racially charged remarks about the electric bus trial. For a guy who considers himself extremely woke, the dog whistling on our bus services is extraordinary.
Excuse me, Councillor Murphy, just a moment. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, Chair, the Councillor Murphy's it wasn't an inference; it was a slur, saying that I am racist. I find offensive, and I'd ask him to remove his. I'd ask you to ask him to withdraw his comments saying that they were racially charged.
Councillor Murphy, will you withdraw those comments?
Chair. Look, Chair, ranting about jobs for Beijing is something that we would expect from the Leader of One Nation, not the Leader of the Labor Party. And we will not apologise for building a cleaner and greener fleet. And if Councillor Cassidy had any integrity, he would apologise to the proud Australians who've been fitting out those electric buses that he has talked down. Oh, and by the way, talking about how many he's talked down 9 local businesses, local suppliers who helped get that trial up and running. Shame, Chair. Mr Chair, in 2020 the nation was focused on COVID case numbers. Well, Councillor Cassidy was focused on getting more numbers wrong. Remember the week that he believed Tom Brown and said there was no hand sanitizer in any of our depots? Let's check the maths. Willawong Depot, 576 bottles. Carina Depot, 251 bottles. Sherwood Depot, 344 bottles. Over 1,900 bottles of sanitizer available across every single depot. So, Chair, we can see that this Leader of the Opposition cannot add up. He doesn't have a grasp of the numbers, but how are his listening skills? This is a Leader of the Opposition who wants endless consultation at Mowbray Park, but who would ride roughshod over communities where our green bridges are. If he had his way, our green bridges from West End would be carrying hundreds of diesel buses, ignoring the more than 4,000 residents who unequivocally said that they didn't want that. And what about e-mobility? With 5 million trips, riders have voted with their feet. And if Councillor Cassidy called their shots, he would have said no. Luckily, Councillor Cumming pays no attention to the Leader of the Opposition, Chair, because when we proposed an e-mobility trial out of Wynnum, he said, yes, great, I want that, out of Wynnum, please. Well, Councillor Cumming, your wish is my command. We've announced that this week. And also, the Sandgate Chamber of Commerce unanimously supported a trial of e-mobility in their area. Councillors, how does it normally go in your community when you ignore your local small businesses? Instead, Councillor Cassidy this morning goes ballistic in committee, asking why the anti-e-mobility councillor in council didn't get a briefing about more e-mobility in his area. Councillor Cassidy, I believe the words you're looking for are thank you. So, Mr Chair, while we've established that the Leader of the Opposition ignores small business,
Councillor Murphy, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
I was enjoying that, Chair. I suppose the consolation for missing out on Moreton was that the Council for Callendale gets to run the question time strategy from now on, Chair. I imagine that's what's going
please,
on.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Yeah, back to the future, eh? My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, for years now, residents have been calling for the Banyo rail crossing to be upgraded. Part of that process is to complete a precinct study and community consultation to determine what that upgrade will look like. The Labor State Government has committed $200,000 to that study. This LNP Council has committed nothing. Residents are paying more and more and getting less and less in our suburbs with this Lord Mayor in charge. So, Councillor Wines, why is this LNP administration refusing to come to the table to improve the safety of the Banyo rail crossing?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thanks to the Leader of the Opposition for his question and his new interest in open-level crossings. So the Banyo crossing is actually very near to the centre of Banyo village, not particularly far from Councillor Allen's office. It is, for those who are familiar with the site, there's a small village that the locals view as very precious, a very key part of their local community, but not far away is also a very large works depot for Queensland Rail. Now, recently we have seen the local Member of Parliament there, the MP for Nudgee, a lady named Leanne Linnard, a minister in the Cabinet, I believe, has been mailing her residents saying that she has arranged $200,000 of state money and she is only waiting on council money before she can take action on this work. Now, what I would say to both her, Councillor Cassidy and all residents of Banyo is that this council doesn't wait to do action, it does action immediately, and you can see that in the works that we're taking that are happening at that very place this financial year. Councillor Allen and I have been in correspondence and have been meeting about the intersection upgrades around there's a road that spins its name. It splits across the rail line and actually changes its name, then comes back to its name on the other side. Council, Royal Parade. That's right. So it's Royal Parade East and West, and we're working on the Royal Parade section East at the moment, and a study conducted by council, paid for by council, and delivered by council is happening on the western side. All of that without any interference from the state. So we're working on making sure that this intersection operates properly, independent of other work. Now, the state says that their work requires our intervention. It does not. They can do their work on the level crossing without anything from us. It reminds me of this bizarre incident recently around the Beams Road level crossing, where the local MP created a straw man campaign, said council was ruining everything he did, then council we all sat around and said, what is he talking about? And then a week later he announced he won the campaign. And all of us sort of sat there thinking, what is this person talking about? And it was and here again we see the same thing. The state, which owns the rail line, the state that owns the responsibility for open level crossing, is trying to engage council to do their work for them. And now I would understand why they would, because we did the Telegraph Road crossing so very, very well. We did the Robinson Road crossing so very, very well. I can understand why the state would want us involved in this work, but I remind them that while we are excellent and that it is understandable they want us to do their work for them, we have our own responsibilities and they have their responsibilities. So what I can say to the Leader of the Opposition is that this council is committed to the people of Banyo. This council is working already, not waiting, not trying to push the buck onto another level of government, delivering for the people of Banyo in Banyo Village this year. That Councillor Allen has delivered for his constituents already to a quantum greater than Leanne Linnard proposes for a study. We're already doing that work. So can I just say that, in conclusion, Councillor Allen has done a wonderful job advocating for his community. This council is already working on the issues around that particular open level crossing. Any work that the state would like to engage with us on meaningfully will always be welcome, but battling traffic congestion is fundamentally what the Schrinner Council is about. We're going to continue doing it for a long, long time, and we're going to continue delivering for Banyo and all Northgate Ward for many years to come.
Thanks, Councillor Wise. Further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, Council has again been informed by the Queensland Treasury Corporation that we again maintain our strong credit rating this year. Can you outline how the Schrinner Council is maintaining a balanced budget and strong economic credentials?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Huang for the question. The Schrinner Council and this side of the chamber has a proven track record for sensible financial management. Responsible management of the budget is not something that's easy, and certainly it's not always popular. It's a decision and one which requires leadership, and the financial position of Council is the product of many years of hard work. By properly managing the budget, we can reinvest the dividends into providing the infrastructure and the services necessary to build an even better Brisbane. We can do all of this while ensuring our council remains financially sustainable. Rather than taking the easy route of kicking the can down the road, leaving the costs and the consequences with future generations. And that's why the people of Brisbane trust the Schrinner Council to manage Australia's largest local government, and its $3.6 billion budget. Specifically now to our credit rating, Mr. Chair. As a condition of receiving ongoing approval from the Queensland Government to borrow funds, Council submits to an annual credit review of its financial position by the Queensland Treasury Corporation. The purpose of the credit review is to assess Council's creditworthiness and to provide a recommendation to the state for Council's proposed annual borrowing program. I am pleased to advise the Chamber today that Brisbane has again been awarded a strong credit rating by the QTC. This is the 9th consecutive year that we have achieved this result. Our strong operating performance, capable management and continuous delivery of major projects is a key factor in our maintenance of a strong rating. This year, QTC reviewed Brisbane's financial profile and operating results for the most recent financial year and analysed our long-term financial sustainability model, focusing on the sustained maintenance of the credit metrics and financial ratios. We provided further qualitative information on the prior year's performance and the long-term forecasts, with a focus on large-scale capital projects such as the Brisbane Metro and the Lord Mayor's Green Bridges. This year's review also included a focus on our responsiveness to COVID and the important progress on key initiatives such as Kingsford Smith Drive, investment in sustainable transport options, and Brisbane's economic recovery. The strong rating reflects this council's financial profile and operating results last year. The rating is underpinned by council's large and diverse ratepayer base and demonstrated capability to deliver and manage large infrastructure projects while maintaining capacity to service forecasted debt levels. QTC has determined that council can continue to meet its financial obligations in both the short, medium and the long term. Mr Chair, where we are borrowing money, it is to invest in the assets and the infrastructure projects to serve our city in the long term. We are not borrowing to pay the bills. Our debt levels are sustainable and are clearly aligned with a long-term vision for our city. Can I take this opportunity, Mr Chair, to thank our corporate finance team for their continued hard work and dedication to our city, which has contributed to this great result. Despite challenging times in the past and uncertain times ahead, the ratepayers of Brisbane can remain confident that the Schrinner Council is responsibly managing the finances of our city. The financial position of Council is strong today because of the decisions we have made over a number of many years. Decisions that have been relentlessly attacked by the Labor Party, most of it confected outrage, but decisions we have made nonetheless because it is the right thing to do. Those opposite were explicitly urging us to make and take a different path. But when it comes to managing the finances, the people of Brisbane don't want us to take advice from the Labor Party. They don't want us to take advice from an outfit that brought them 4 rounds of 6% rate hikes last time they were in administration. They don't want us to follow the lead of a party which has debt and deficit in its DNA. The Schrinner Council will continue to maintain a strong financial position on behalf of ratepayers so that we can deliver on our commitment to build a better Brisbane tomorrow.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is once again to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, Northside locals are getting fed up with this LNP council and their local LNP councillor Adam Allen for refusing to progress upgrades on the Banyo rail crossing. The Labor State MP for Nudgee, Leanne Linnard, has secured $200,000 for a precinct study to establish the best possible solution. For this study to progress, however, this council needs to match that $200,000, but so far this LNP administration has refused, and let's not forget all of these roads are council roads. As councillors, we're elected to represent our residents, but why is it that at every given opportunity, LNP councillors and this LNP mayor fight against residents and their wishes locally?
Councillor Wines.
Well, Mr Chair, could you just reset my clock? Thank you. Mr Chair, can I just start? I'm not going to thank the Leader of the Opposition. I'm going to say I have some pretty hurt feelings because I answered his question only minutes ago. And yet he asks me a question that's fundamentally identical to the earlier one, which would require an identical answer. And I don't understand why. I will provide him an answer, and I will take my full 5 minutes, but I would also say that this wouldn't be required if Councillor Cassidy had listened to my earlier answer. The Banyo rail crossing sits at the heart of Banyo village, not far from Councillor Allen's office and the Queensland Rail depot yards. It is the rail line traverses a key road through that community, Royal Parade. It's split by the rail line and has an eastern and a western alignment. Council right now is working on a plan advocated for by Councillor Allen, delivered by this council this financial year to improve the eastern side near the village, and we are working on a plan and consulting on a solution to the western side. Now, the local state member, a lady called Leanne Linnard, the member for Nudgee, a cabinet minister, has been writing to council asking for $200,000 so that she can do a study for this area. As I said earlier, council has already begun work in this area. The requirement of a study is in the rearview mirror. We have commenced work to improve the road network in this community. I always try to take people at face value and not be cynical about their motivations. But sometimes it's hard. It's hard when you see letters that require dollar for dollar funding for local projects from the state, where they sort of hold a knife to your throat saying, give us the money or else. And as Councillor Cassidy pointed out in his own question, they're council roads, where council's already doing work. So why would the state MP require study money for money that's going on actual works to actually improve the traffic in that neighbourhood? We can. Now, this isn't like the state. The state have used $200,000 as sort of play money. This is council. We can do a lot with that sort of money. And we can really make a material improvement to that area. Now, I can understand if the local MP, Ms Leanne Linnard, was asking us to engage to improve the open level crossing, because council has a history of delivery of open level crossings to a very, very high standard. Telegraph Road, Robinson Road. Only recently the state approached us and asked us to deliver the Beams Road open level crossing for them, and we politely declined. And then the local MP for Aspley created the council straw man, council standing in our way by not doing our homework for us, and then beat us down and claim some sort of bizarre victory, when in reality these projects, I'll say it again, Queensland Rail, Queensland Government, all right? It's just easy if you think of it like that. Queensland Rail, Queensland Government, right? And so the Queensland Rail line is a responsibility of the Queensland Government. So any works in that have to be delivered by DTMR in consultation with QR. That's how that works. Works beyond that belong to the council, and the council is already working on solutions, and not only working on them, delivering them. Actually delivering on solutions. So there's work in the budget that will be delivered this financial year on Royal Parade East to make life safer, to get people home sooner and safer, to make the operation of the roads in the Banyo community even better. Then there'll be work. There's consultation and design work on the western side. That will be delivered, will likely be delivered next year. All of this without any help or assistance from the state government. Look, can I be completely frank? If Ms Linnard genuinely wanted to help the people of Banyo, can she please just pass the $200,000 to us and we can bring forward some of this work? There's no need for a study. Work has already started. So please, if she's genuine, I'll put it this way, if the member for Nudgee is genuine, she will transfer that cash to the Brisbane City Council so we can deliver for the people of Brisbane, like we already are on Royal Parade East, like we will be very soon on Royal Parade West, and like we have always been for the people of Northgate.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Hutton.
Chair, I realise there's no points of order, but I'll just get your attention. I'd just like to move the suspension of standing orders to enable me to move an urgency motion, which I'm just sending through now.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Cook for suspension of standing orders. I didn't hear what it was for.
That the Brisbane City Council commits $200,000 to a jointly funded precinct study with the state government and engage in community consultation for the potential upgrade of the Banyo rail crossing and surrounding road network.
Are you sharing that?
I've already said that.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Cassidy, you've got 3 minutes to establish urgency.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's pretty urgent today because obviously the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee is very confused, and I know the local councillor, Councillor Allen, was furiously giving the Lord Mayor some notes about this to probably respond to an ENC today, but it's quite clear he should have been giving those notes maybe to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee. In the past, the Banyo rail crossing has played host to a number of very serious incidences and crashes there, and for years it's been on the agenda for an upgrade. But this is urgent now, Chair, and it's clear that this LNP administration is refusing to stump up any funds to progress any such upgrade. That has just been confirmed in 2 answers given by the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee.
Point of order.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Councillor Wines. Point of order, but I acknowledge you standing on your feet.
Thank you. I claim to be misrepresented. That statement's clearly false.
Thank you.
Answered those questions
I'll take your point of misrepresentation at the conclusion.
Well, he just said he wanted their
Councillor Wines,
cash.
I'll
He
take
said,
your...
give me the state cash. That's what he said. He did not make... Thanks, Chair.
You have the floor.
Thanks very much. Residents who use this road daily or ones that occasionally go over there are desperate for a safer way to cross that train line, to use those council roads to get over that train line. And let's not forget, this precinct and these roads are the majority controlled by Brisbane City Council, not by the state government. But the state government has made a commitment and put on the table $200,000 for a joint precinct study with Brisbane City Council to work out the best possible way to come up with solutions for this. And they have requested the Brisbane City Council come to the party, and those requests have fallen on deaf ears. And here today, just a few minutes ago, we heard once again that the chair responsible for this area has little to no interest in working on a joint precinct study and having this money allocated to make sure that this problem can be solved for the community. So it is extremely urgent that this council shows the leadership that Councillor Wines and the local councillor for Northgate, Councillor Adam Allen, won't, and come to the party and find a solution to this very serious problem in Banyo. Now, we have seen claims by Councillor Allen out in the community that he is somehow secretly behind the scenes working directly with TMR. We have made some inquiries and I can say that that is not the case. So the information he's been putting out into the community is wrong, and that's why I think, Chair, we need to bring this out into the open. Let's have an open debate about this and let's commit this money to the Banyo open level crossing precinct study to make sure that we get a decent outcome for those people out in the suburbs who are all too often forgotten by this LNP administration.
Thank you. Councillor Wines, your point of misrepresentation. Take that first.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The Leader of the Opposition said that I did not provide a fulsome answer, that I was not interested in the work being done for that local community. I spoke for almost 10 minutes about how Council is deeply committed to delivering for the people of Banyo, addressing the concerns outside, acknowledging the urgency motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. We now move to the motion before us for the suspension of standing orders, the matter being urgent. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, can you read your motion, please? It has been deemed.
Do you want me to move it again?
Can you move it again, please?
Yeah, I move the Brisbane City Council commits $200,000 to a jointly funded precinct study with the state government and engage in community consultation for the potential upgrade of the Banyo rail crossing and surrounding road network.
Second.
Motion is that Brisbane City Council commits $200,000 to a jointly funded precinct study with the state government and engage in community consultation for the potential upgrade of the Banyo level crossing and surrounding road network. Has been seconded by Councillor Cook. Councillor Cassidy, please.
Point of order,
Thanks very much, Chair.
Point of.
I didn't even get to thank
Councillor
you that
Landis,
time.
you're on your feet.
Mr Chair, as per section 42(2)(b) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I move a procedural motion that the debate on the motion now before the meeting be adjourned and placed at the end of the agenda of the next council meeting. Seconded.
Thank you. We have a procedural motion to move this motion before us to the end of today's agenda. No, sorry, end of the next council meeting. End of the next council meeting. All in favour of that move, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division's been called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cook. Please ring the bells. Councillor Johnston, please. All councillors are in the chamber. All in favour of this being moved as a procedural motion to the end of the next meeting, or please say aye. Raise your hands. Aye. All opposed, please say no and raise your hands. Votes.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour and 7 against.
Thank you. We now continue with question time. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, this morning the Schrinner Council officially launched Stage 1 of the revised City Centre Master Plan. The plan identifies 15 key actions across 5 key themes for delivery over the next 18 months. Can you update the Chamber on these action items and how we can bring the CBD back to its former glory?
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hutton, for the question. It was great to be with yourself and Councillor Howard this morning at the Property Council breakfast, where I was pleased to launch Stage 1 of the revised City Centre Master Plan. It is a short-term strategy with a clear and achievable actions that we want to bring forward into the CBD over the next 18 months to see it get back to its pre-COVID glory, if not even better. And when it was at its best, the CBD had been home to over 11,000 businesses and 120,000 workers. That is a really important part of our city. It's where business gets done and it's where our economic prosperity is built. The city centre really is the engine room for the whole of the Brisbane as well as the greater region. And it should always remain a priority in helping drive growth. But to separate to the argument on economics, it's one based also on lifestyle and activation. So Brisbane's subtropical climate presents countless opportunities for outdoor activation, as well as nighttime events that I know Councillor Howard is working on very tirelessly. Visitors to Brisbane don't flock to the suburbs when they arrive. They may stay in the suburbs and spend some time there, but they do definitely come into the city, and we need it to be in tip-top shape from now and into the future. We need a strong focus, so we are not going to squander the lead up to 2032 and the 10 years beyond as well. And there is no doubt the last 18 months have definitely been challenging times for city centres worldwide, and I cannot stress enough how important it is that Queensland opens itself to international travel in a safe and reasonable way as soon as possible. This impacts on the number of visitors, migration, international student numbers, office and retail sectors, and we need to work together to get the economy moving again. Right now, for example, flight paths are being determined, and if decisions are not made quickly, then our city and state will be the last in line for visitation. Already this morning, we saw thousands of flights from Air New Zealand being cancelled out of Australia, let alone Queensland. And the reality is it will take a long time for them to come back. We don't have the control on scheduling flights in and out of our city, but we can definitely make the revitalisation of the CBD a priority so that when the people come back, they want to visit the city heart. The CCMP Stage 1, City Centre Master Plan, is organised around 5 themes and 15 priority actions for delivery over the next 18 months. Some will not be things that are finished in 18 months' time. It's about starting them and growing them and seeing the next stage of where we go from. The 5 themes are welcoming, connected, animated, beautiful and unlocking potential. And it's important to note this is not just a plan for council. It's a plan for both the private and the public sector to work together to collectively bring about this change. Between each of these themes, there are 3 key action items which will help bring the CBD back to its peak performance, making it easier for street closures to hold major events, beginning construction on the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, all items which are definitely achievable within the next 18 months. We want the city to be an experience-based centre, a place where people are encouraged to stay a little later and spend some time there outside of their business hours. We want to stage iconic city events that draw a diverse range of people into the city. We would like to illuminate the city centre with creative lighting delivered with new development and infrastructure, as well as grow the visitor economy and expand the city centre's offering of memorable experiences and attractions. The opportunities right now, it might seem like a long time away, that we've got 10 years to when we actually have the Olympics, but if you think about it, it was only 10 years ago that we had the floods in Brisbane, and that time has gone really, really fast. So it's no time to sit on our laurels and think that this will just all happen as we get closer to the Olympics, but make sure we put it into the minds, as I said, of the private sector as well, that working with council means we can get some great outcomes. Never underestimate the power of foot traffic when it comes to activation, and we really are calling on the private sector to bring those people back into the office. Now that Stage 1 plan has been released, we'll work our way towards implementing the actions to bring our city back. Over the coming months, we will develop the actual City Centre Master Plan, which will have a 10-year lifespan. I look forward to working with the council officers, with the industry, with everybody that was definitely excited and buzzing about the launch this morning and how they may contribute to making Brisbane the beautiful, connected, welcoming, activated city and unlocking our potential into the future.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, my question is to the Finance Chairperson. Brisbane City Council is cutting a $315,000 congestion busting project in Tennyson Ward at the corner of Fairfield Road and Sherwood Road in Yurong-Pilly. It's the third road project that Council has announced in recent years in the budget and then cut without delivering it. Will you ensure that this $315,000, which could be spent on this intersection, is reallocated to fund the plans for the upgrade of the Graceful Five Ways intersection, which is currently listed in the Ltip for completion in this current 5-year period?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank the independent councillor for her question. I haven't been in this place for very long, Mr Chair, but that's what I have learned in this time is to never take for granted comments or questions that Councillor Johnston has, so I will need to get some more information on this and respond in time.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Chair of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
I recognise you standing, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. There has been a call across the chamber from Councillor Johnston accusing another councillor on this side of the chamber of being a liar. Now, I understand that that is defamatory and also unacceptable, inappropriate meeting conduct. Could you please rule on that?
Councillor Johnston, would you please refrain from using language like that in this place? Otherwise, I shall warn you. I will warn you. Thank you. Can you please repeat the question,
Point of order.
please? Councillor Johnston.
I didn't call anybody a liar, and in fact it's Councillor Cunningham that deliberately implied that I was a liar in asking my question.
You're debating a point of order. Councillor Johnston, please sit.
But I wouldn't expect you to do anything about it.
Down. Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Chair of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Lord Mayor's Creative Fellowships are back again this year to support local artists and creatives across Brisbane. Can you tell us more about this program and how the Schrinner Council is supporting artists in the creative sector?
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you, thank Councillor Landers for her interest in this topic. The Lord Mayor's Creative Fellowships has been run since 1996 and was originally known as the Lord Mayor's Performing Arts Fellowships. Since 1996, these fellowships have supported Brisbane creatives and arts workers to develop new skills, join national or international development programs, and ultimately becoming more experienced artists in their respective fields. Creativity thrives when there is the right support for it, and after a challenging 2 years for Brisbane's arts and cultural scene, we want to ensure that our city's creative minds can learn new skills, have new experiences and further their careers through professional development opportunities. The Schrinner Council is aware of just how important it is for creatives to undertake these professional development and accreditation programs, and these fellowships have been delivered to do exactly that. The program provides up to $10,000 for individuals and $30,000 for organisations to help cover the costs of professional development opportunities, such as workshops, mentoring, conferences and short courses. Over the course of the program, we've seen many creators advance their careers and learn new skills, in large part due to the support provided by these creative fellowships. As an example, former fellowship recipient Eleanor Hill was able to use her funding to further develop her skills and technique as a violinist and gain more confidence as a performer. She has had the opportunity to perform with leading international musicians like Italian violinist Lorenzo Barani and Sir Mark Elder, a British conductor. She has also performed throughout London and even in Morocco as an ambassador for the classical musicians of Queensland, and provides an example of how these fellowships have developed and enhanced the experience and profile of Brisbane artists. This week, we are launching 2 information sessions for Brisbane creatives interested in applying for the program, giving them the opportunity to learn more about the Lord Mayor's Creative Fellowships, along with tips for applying. As with all years, we are keen to encourage our Brisbane creatives to apply to this excellent program, with applications opening on Tuesday, December the 7th, and to close at 3 p.m. on Monday, the 31st of January 2022. I encourage you all here today to encourage the interested creatives in your ward to apply for this great program. In addition to the Lord Mayor's Creative Fellowships, Brisbane City Council also lends support to Brisbane creatives to bring their artistic visions to life through our Creative Sparks program. The Creative Sparks Grants program is an arts and cultural grants program managed by Council in partnership with the Queensland Government and Arts Queensland to support local arts and culture in Brisbane. We know that Brisbane's creative sector is diverse and requires adaptable, flexible, strategic investment to ensure new and exciting programs for the residents of Brisbane. The grant program aims to support practitioners and producers to develop products, partnerships and new work that grows Brisbane's reputation as a creative city. We want to ensure that Brisbane residents and visitors to the city have a diverse range of creative and cultural activities to see and experience across Brisbane, and to provide cultural, social and economic outcomes that benefit and add value to Brisbane. Through this grants program, applicants may apply for up to $10,000 per application to bring their creative programs to life. All applications must demonstrate excellence and articulate the artistic, cultural, social and/or economic impact of the proposed outcomes. Applications for this year's Creative Sparks program closed on Monday last week, and this year's program saw a record number of applicants apply with 102 applications. Each of these applications will be assessed on their merit, with the successful applicants being notified in the first half of 2022. The Creative Sparks program is yet another highly successful grant program administered by the Shrinner Council, which promotes Brisbane as a creative hub and gives residents more to see and do across Brisbane. In closing, I'd like to extend my thanks to the Creative Communities team, who work tirelessly to encourage and support members of our creative industry across the city. And I thank Councillor Landers, through you, Mr Chair, for her question and for her interest in this wonderful topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Council is currently reviewing the HCL IT contract as it is up for renewal. For those who don't remember, in 2013 this LNP Council sacked 55 in-house IT staff and replaced them with the contractor HCL. It was then found out that staff at HCL who were contracted were mostly on temporary working visas. These vulnerable workers were exploited, they had their wages stolen and were threatened with deportation if they spoke up. This shocking treatment of workers all happened under the supervision of this LNP Council, and it was only thanks to their union that it was fixed, and no thanks to any LNP councillor in this place.
Cassidy, can you get your question, please?
Will you bring this up? I believe I've only been going 50 seconds, Chair, and I've got another minute 10 to go. Will you be bringing this ongoing IT work back in-house to protect the rights of Brisbane workers?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Cassidy for his question. I believe the contract that he was referring to was actually before my time, so I have a little bit of homework to do in schooling up on the history of this one, Councillor Cassidy, so I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Hammond, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is the Chair of Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, the Ellison and Kirby Road intersection upgrade in Aspley will give residents easier access to their suburbs, while also improving safety on all road users. Can you update the Chamber on this project and outline its benefit to the community?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thanks to Councillor Hammond for the question. I appreciate yet another opportunity to talk about the wonderful projects we're delivering on our roads, particularly for the north side. So earlier today, councillors would have heard me speak about the work we're doing around Banyo rail crossing and participate in ensuring that that is a safe and efficient road network. And now Councillor Hammond has asked me this wonderful question. I know that Councillor Hammond has been a wonderful advocate for her community, and in particular that community in that southern Aspley area, noting that Ellison Road has already had a lot of work occur upon it. The recent Ellison and Murphy intersection upgrade only in the last handful of years has made that an even better place to drive. It gets motorists home, get people home who are motorists sooner and safer. And now, as part of ensuring that that network continues to improve, to make sure that our roads are even better for both motorists, cyclists and pedestrians, we've begun work on the Kirby and Ellison Road. So Ellison Road is the principal road of the pair, and it carries approximately 13,500 vehicles each and every day. Kirby Road itself carries a not insignificant 6,300. Between the years of the period of July 2016 and June 2021, there were 6 recorded crashes at that particular intersection, 4 of which required medical treatment and 2 of those required hospitalisation. As we've discussed in the past, these sorts of accident rates and levels of hospitalisation are not tolerable to me. They are not acceptable, and we will always attempt to find a way to correct this. Now, 4 of the 6 accidents recorded resulted from vehicles turning right from Kirby Road and colliding with vehicles travelling eastbound on Ellison Road. So Ellison Road is a principal road that runs east-west to the immediate north of Marchant Park, and Kirby Road runs perpendicular to that. And as I said earlier, carries 6,300 vehicles per day. So what's happened is vehicles have attempted to cross the major road to move west and have been struck, and that is on the driver's side, and that can be particularly dangerous for motorists. So the contributing factor identified was the limited gap on Ellison due to the high traffic volumes. So once we did the Murphy Road and Ellison Road intersection upgrade, we continued to move along Ellison to make sure that it operated very well. And now the project itself proposes to install traffic lights to better control vehicle movements at the intersection with improved pedestrian facilities. The project will also install new footpaths and shared pathways with connection to the existing network to create better connectivity for cyclists and more accessibility to those who wish to go to Marchant Park, 7th Brigade Park or the nearby Chermside Shopping Centre. The benefits don't just stop there. Council will also be enhancing the local parking lot as part of this project in Marchant Park, with the car park being popular for the local scouts and the Girl Guides, and I'm sure the soccer and in particular the cricket that does occur at Marchant Park, sometimes in very large numbers. The project ties into earlier work across the intersection, and it's part of an ongoing commitment to making sure that our roads across Brisbane, but also in this particular section of the north side, get the care that they need to ensure that motorists get home sooner and safer. What may once have been a rat run is now a significant corridor and has to be recognised as such. And so this work will be done in the very near future, with detailed design nearly complete and the local community having received newsletters advising that and seeking community consultation. If they haven't received it, they will receive it imminently. The project is to be constructed within the next 12 months, with construction beginning in the first quarter of next year and works to be completed by the end of the calendar year. Once again, I'd like to recognise Councillor Hammond and her ability to care for her community and deliver, particularly around that northern Chermside, southern Aspley area, which has benefited greatly from her stewardship. And I also wanted to recognise the efforts to make sure that our roads continue to be safe, continue to be efficient, and continue to recognise what's required of them to ensure that our residents get home sooner and safer.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. That ends question time. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee Report, 15 November 2021.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 15th of November 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday 15 November 2021 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, I move that items A and D are taken together seriatim for debate and voting purposes.
A and D seriatim for debate and voting.
B and C together for debate and voting purposes. And E, F and G together for debate and voting
E, F
purposes.
and G. Just take that back. So A and D for debate and voting, B and C for debate and voting, E, F and G for debate and voting. Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before I move on to any of those items, I just wanted to remark on another extraordinary question time that we've seen from this opposition, and particularly this Leader of the Opposition, who is quite clearly on his last legs, on the ropes. It is extraordinary that week after week we see these fake straw man campaigns coming through. The other week it was the fake straw man campaign about Beams Road. And today, and it wasn't enough that they then secretly in the dead of night tried to withdraw the motion last time, they've tried to cook up another fake campaign on an issue which this council has been impeccably positioned on for a long time. This administration and our local councillor Adam Allen is absolutely committed to achieving real results, yet what we see from the Labor Party state government is, we're going to put in $200,000 to a study, which will come to nothing, but you need to match that study and don't hold up the work. It is outrageous that we're seeing this is the best that they can offer. We're getting on with the work. The upgrades and the planning work are already well underway because we're actually committed to making Banyo better. We also know the long history of this particular issue, where we did a lot of detailed work, more than a decade ago in fact, to see what the opportunity is there for an open level crossing replacement. There's only one side of politics that is actually committed to removing open level crossings and getting on with it, and that is our side. And that's why it took an LNP council and an LNP state government to actually get those open level crossings eliminated. All we have seen from the other side is, we'll throw a bit of money at a study and then that will get us through the next election, and then nothing ever happens, but that's all right because we can blame council. He's so cynical. He's so cynical. So today we've seen another desperate attempt to distract from the Labor state government's inaction this idea that somehow council is holding up work when we're the only ones doing any work. And that story is repeated again and again across the city. But it's interesting. I've noticed a few subtle things that have happened in this chamber in recent times. One of the most interesting things is that Councillor Sri has moved closer and closer to me. And I'm not sure what that says. It could be that he's finally coming on board with the green agenda and green bridges and green buildings and environmental, like genuine environmental action, or it could be that he's waiting for the change in leadership so that his mate Cara Cook will be sitting there right behind him. And I think that's what's really happening here. We're seeing the Labor Green Alliance moving. The pincer manoeuvre is coming into play here. We've seen Councillor Cook show up in person for 2 weeks in a row, and that has not happened for a very long time. And we know that the knives are coming out. And Councillor Cassidy is the Christmas turkey. He is going to get carved up by Cook. But only problem with this is that it's going to be overcooked. We know that everything Councillor Cook touches is overcooked. Whether it's overcooking a local public transport issue, like we saw in recent days, absolutely fascinating situation. Let me bring you into the loop on this. We had an unfortunate situation where on the one day we had a number of River City Ferry staff call in sick, and you know, a lot of people called in sick on the one day. A coincidence? I don't know. I don't know. And then we had 2 ferries break down on that same day. And so, what does Councillor Cook do? What does Councillor Cook do? Cooks up a fake campaign suggesting that the Lord Mayor is targeting her local area with transport cuts.
You are. Northern Park.
Councillor Cook, please.
You'll see me coming straight on, Councillor Cook. If I'm going to make a decision, I'll be up front with you. But when a ferry breaks down, and then another ferry breaks down, and then when people come in sick, and you suggest that your area has been targeted by the Lord Mayor, you are caught out overcooking the issue massively. You are caught out being only about party politics and not about people. You are caught out overcooking the issue and not telling the truth about an issue. And in fact, it was interesting to see that I got a text message from Minister Bailey about this issue. Even he got all worked up about it until I actually told him the facts. And then he calmed right down because he realised the truth. Yes, it is unfortunate that 2 ferries break down on the same day and then a lot of staff call in sick, but that is what it is. Not some kind of LNP conspiracy. So I can see we see Councillor Sri is in position to assume the role as deputy, and we are seeing that Councillor Cook will be in Councillor Cassidy's chair before you know it. The Christmas coup is coming, and I think the death knell was the other week when the best question Councillor Cassidy could ask was about the allowance that Labor introduced for the Lord Mayoralty decades ago, and particularly when he's collecting that same allowance himself, So interesting things are happening here. The Christmas coup is underway, and we will wait and see who gets carved up. But I have seen this before. It was Riverfire night in September 2019, where poor Councillor Cumming, who actually I rate as a nice person, I rate as one of the old school Labor people, not a hater, but a guy that, you know, he believes in Labor values, but he's not a hater. And he's not a liar either. You know, I think he's a genuinely okay guy.
Lord Mayor, please, be careful of your language, please.
I was telling him he's not a liar. I'm saying he's not a liar.
Yes,
the Lord Mayor is clearly trying to give me the political kiss of death, and I'd ask him to desist.
I don't think that's the point of order. Councillor Cumming. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Just want to seek your ruling, not on that. But earlier you asked Councillor Johnson from refrain from, in your words, using that language in here. She wasn't on record. Lord Mayor was just on record using that language. So just wondering what your ruling would be on that.
Wasn't attributed to anyone in particular, Councillor Cassidy, but I asked the Lord Mayor to be careful about the language he uses in this place. Lord Mayor.
Well, Councillor Cumming, I'm going to make you a once-only offer. If you wish to join the LNP team, now is the chance. Now is the chance. We will have you. We will have you. We are a broad church. We are a very broad church, and we can get broader. But I think that's pretty broad. I think you should seriously consider that offer because we do like good, hard-working local councillors. So, you know, if you want to be part of that category, come across to the LNP team. Now, we saw this happen before on Riverfire night in September 2019, where Councillor Cumming, who I think was doing a good, solid job as Leader of the Opposition, was brutally knifed in the back, and also Labor's Lord Mayoral candidate was knifed the same night. How did that work out for them? How did that work out for them? They would have been wise to keep Councillor Cumming in that role, and I know that Councillor Cassidy's days are numbered as Leader of the Opposition. We know that he doesn't even want to be here. We know he wants a federal seat for himself, just like his colleague Milton Dick, who became the member for Oxley. I know that is Councillor Cassidy's ultimate dream and desire, but plenty of talent to go around. We've got plenty of talent to go around. When you're one of a 5-member team and you want to leave, what does that say? What does that say? Anyway.
Councillors, left and right, please. Refrain from calling out, please. Lord Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Councillor
I just want to wish
Johnston,
everyone
please.
a Merry Christmas. So moving on to the items at hand. So item A, we have the Ltip amendment adoption. This item relates to the adoption of the tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014 Long-Term Infrastructure Plans Amendment. Council undertook a tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014 and that was progressed to public consultation following a council resolution on the 25th of May this year. These amendments were undertaken to ensure that the plans are kept relevant and up to date, and we will ensure the Ltip can continue to preserve land for future trunk infrastructure and preserving transport corridors and land for open space and community facilities. Now, just so that people are reminded about what this does as opposed to the Ltip.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension of time for the Lord Mayor by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So the long-term infrastructure plan is fundamentally about preservation of land for future facilities and infrastructure. And so that might be identifying future opportunities for parkland or road upgrades, road widening, bikeway infrastructure, a range of different infrastructure that we know we will need in the longer term. And it's about making sure, wherever possible, that nothing is built on that land. And so we have this plan for a very good reason, and it's important that we continue to update it and refresh it. So the next step in this process is referral to the state government, progressed at the council meeting on the 14th of September, and this process is a requirement in accordance with the notice given by the Chief Executive Officer under Section 13 of the Planning Act. The Minister has now provided approval for the Ltip to be adopted. From here, the adoption of the Ltip amendment will take effect in the City Plan online on the 10th of December. Okay, moving to item D, which was the other item as part of this group. This one seeks to adopt the Local Government Infrastructure Plan interim amendments. Obviously, the Ltip and the LGIP are linked because things will flow between these two documents. On 25th of May, the interim amendment to the Brisbane City Plan Local Government Infrastructure Plan was presented to Council. Community consultation was open for 20 business days from Monday 31st of May until Sunday 27th of June. These amendments were undertaken to ensure that the LGIP's kept up to date, and updates include the alignment of infrastructure tables and maps with current priorities and commitments of Council, but also based on the current growth patterns across the city. As we've said in this chamber before, we can estimate how different areas will grow, but the reality is sometimes different to those estimates, and we need to continually update these infrastructure plans, both long-term and immediate, as those changes to the growth of the city happen. The majority of submissions were in support of the amendments, which ensure that our plans are responding to the needs of community and the priorities across the city that we have. Brisbane is obviously a fast-growing city, and with opportunities around every corner, the updated LGIP will ensure that we're able to fund and deliver the infrastructure that makes Brisbane a more livable place to be in, and that makes sure the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further debate on A and D. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll deal with these together. As the Lord Mayor said, they are both intricately linked, the Ltip and the LGIP. So these items collectively are supposed to deal with the planning and the future infrastructure needs of Brisbane arising from future development. And while some works have been brought forward, some works have been brought forward, this LNP council is pushing the vast majority out into the very distant future. There's a very long list of suburban projects that were promised by this LNP mayor, but true to form, they still have not been delivered. And these include parks and community facilities in Mitchelton, Rochdale, Windsor, Wilston, Bulimba, South Brisbane and West End, as well as sport and recreation precincts in Fitzgibbon, Callumvale, Algester, Bridgeman Downs, Upper Kedron, Rochdale, West End and Wakeley. And still on that list, however, is an $11 million upgrade to the Norman Park ferry terminal. That has to be some sort of joke leaving that in with the Lord Mayor. Well, he said he would come right at you, Councillor Cook, but we know what really happened with that one in the dead of night. In a very cowardly way, that service was cut without any consultation with that community, and it's that same ferry terminal that still sits boarded up today, that's leaving thousands of commuters stranded. The other things that have been pushed back, pushed out into the never never, include open level crossing works at Cooperoo and Coopers Plains, Nudgee Road intersections and stormwater improvements right across the length and breadth of this city. Residents are paying more and more, Chair, and they're getting less and less from this LNP administration. This mayor is blowing the entire budget on promoting himself, promoting apps, a few poorly managed inner city projects that the people and the... I didn't get that. What was that, Ryan? These are projects, these inner city projects, Chair, that the people in the suburbs of Brisbane are going without. It's the same story week in, month in, year in this place, and it certainly won't change while this LNP administration stays in charge. Now, we also know that there is a $2.1 billion infrastructure deficit projected for the Brisbane City Council by 2026. That's an enormous amount of money on suburban projects, the ones that haven't even been pushed out. This is for the suburban projects that are included, that won't now be delivered because of this massive deficit unless this Lord Mayor jacks up rates even more. And as we know, the residents of Brisbane are going to continue to pay more and more and get less and less in infrastructure just by looking at these documents. In just 5 years, Council's deficit on infrastructure is blowing out from $250 million to $2.1 billion. A $2.1 billion black hole in funding for critical infrastructure that our city will rely on, not just as we grow in normal times, but as we grow in the lead up to the Olympic and Paralympic Games. You can imagine a city that has thousands of stormwater projects that are being pushed out into the never never and will never be delivered by this LNP administration, because this LNP Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner has overseen a $2.1 billion deficit in funding for critical infrastructure. We have residents that can't even get around on streets because 6,000 of them don't have any concrete footpaths at all, and the ones that do have concrete footpaths are littered with cracks and dangerous lips on them and crumbling bitumen that was put down years ago and apparently fixed by this LNP administration. So either that $2.1 billion worth of projects is not going to proceed over the next few years, or this Lord Mayor is going to jack up rates to astronomical amounts to cover that black hole, or borrow a lot of money on the ratepayers' dime. So perhaps if this LNP administration over the last few years, just the last few years, didn't accumulate $554 million in cost blowouts on just 3 projects, this deficit wouldn't be so dire. There was up to $194 million on Kingston Smith Drive, $300 million on the Brisbane Metro, and $60 million on a single roundabout upgrade in Indooroopilly. That's just 3 projects, Chair. So once again, this Lord Mayor's poor management and wrong priorities are costing ratepayers big time. They're paying more and more and getting less and less for it. This LNP administration continues to choose the shortest possible period for planning for future infrastructure in this city. Councils were given the option to choose a 15-year horizon on their long-term infrastructure plans. But this LNP Lord Mayor opted for the shortest possible time frame, which was 10 years, which was years ago. So the forward plan for infrastructure for our growing city, the forward plan for infrastructure for our Olympic and Paralympic city is about 7 or 8 years or so, and there's a $2.1 billion deficit to fund those projects. So the only vision, it's clear, Chair, that this Lord Mayor has is a vision for himself. That's why we see him increase the spend on advertising. He increases the spend on living in Brisbane, up to $6 million now of ratepayers' money, pumping out 21 million copies of his Living in Brisbane political flyers. Without fail, at the start of each and every month, those flyers go into every letterbox across Brisbane with his face all over the cover. You never see a delay to those publicity projects, Chair, but the projects in our suburbs are being pushed back and back and back. This Lord Mayor's priorities are clearly himself and not the people of Brisbane.
Thank you. Further debate on A and D. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on items A and D. Firstly, item A, the Ltip amendment adoption. This item relates to the adoption of the tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014, the long-term infrastructure plan. The Lord Mayor touched upon some of this, but I'll provide a bit more detail. On the 25th of May 2021, the tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014 long-term infrastructure plan were presented to Council. The Ltip amendment was open to the community for public consultation from Monday the 31st of May until Sunday the 27th of June 2021, a total of 20 business days. These amendments were undertaken to ensure that the plans are kept relevant and up to date. The primary purpose of the amendments was to review and update the infrastructure tables and maps, aligning them with current priorities and commitments of Council. By undertaking these amendments, the Ltip will continue to preserve land for future trunk infrastructure, preserving transport corridors and land for open space and community facilities for future generations. On 14th September, Council resolved to progress this amendment to the State Government for consideration and to respond to submitters, a requirement in accordance with the notice given by the Chief Executive under Section 13 of the Planning Act. Subsequently, the Minister provided approval in correspondence dated the 18th of October, as required under the Planning Act 2016, for the tailored amendment to the Ltip. Adopting this Ltip amendment will take effect in City Plan Online on the 10th of December 2021. Together with the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, the Ltip amendment will continue critical investment plans in city infrastructure essential to sustaining a growing city whilst creating exciting leisure and lifestyle opportunities and an enviable multimodal transport system. Turning to item D, the Ltip interim amendment. This item relates to the interim amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014 Local Government Infrastructure Plan, which has a timeline to 2026. It seeks Council's resolution to adopt the amendments to take effect in the City Plan Online on the 10th of December 2021. On the 25th of May 2021, the interim amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014 Local Government Infrastructure Plan was presented to the Council. The interim Ltip Amendment 1A was open to the community for public consultation from Monday the 31st of May until Sunday the 27th of June. These amendments were undertaken to ensure the Ltip is kept up to date. The primary purpose of the amendments was to review and update the infrastructure tables and maps, aligning them with current priorities and commitments of Council. Council is ensuring that its Ltip delivery program is clear and transparent for the community, and that Council's investment is prioritised on the delivery of important trunk infrastructure. This is vital as it not only supports existing residents but also future residents of our city on a citywide basis. Council exceeded the requirements for public consultation, which was open for 20 business days, and submissions received in the week following the close of public consultation were also fully considered. In addition, 801 letters were sent to directly affected landowners to inform them of the amendments and to provide them the opportunity to contact Council officers to discuss the potential impacts of the changes. A total of 421 submissions were received. A majority of the submissions were in support of the amendments. This is demonstrably broad community support, ensuring our plans are responding to the needs and priorities of the city. Of note, 219 submissions were received in support of the inclusion of road, pathway, park and stormwater infrastructure in Pallara. This is a rapidly growing area that Council has recognised needs to be supported with suitable infrastructure as a priority. The Ltip is a $200 million per annum commitment to manage growth and development under the South East Queensland Regional Plan, deliver our Brisbane Vision 2031, integrate infrastructure and land use, and Council and the development industry partnering to stimulate our local economy through these projects. With an up-to-date Ltip, Council continues its plans to invest in essential city infrastructure, continue to create exciting leisure and lifestyle opportunities, and continue to create a city with an enviable multimodal transport system. And I would like to touch upon the point that Councillor Johnston made. There was a lot of information in this submission, I'll admit that. It is a complex and lengthy document, but certainly it is possible to view all those documents online, and I think that, certainly I was able to do so. I would also point out that Councillor Cassidy has made a lot of commentary around the Ltip and Ltip. This is a dynamic process. We are continuing to work closely on the Ltip and the Ltip. That work is continuing. We are liaising with the state government on these key priorities. So it's not something that's static, and we are continuing to work to ensure that these two plans reflect the priorities of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate on A and D. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on items A and items D. There's a few issues that I want to put on the record, particularly with respect to the Ltip. This, unsurprisingly, is fixing up the stuff-ups with the Ltip, which went through a few weeks ago, rather than pushing through the Ltip amendments. This is fixing all the errors from the Ltip amendments. The big issue I would like to raise, though, is the Ltip. And I do have a question which I would like answered. The Lord Mayor's not here. Planning Chairperson, who knows if he's even listening. But I cannot find the graceful five-ways intersection, Long Street and Oxley Road on the intersection upgrade list any longer, and I can't see that it's been deleted. So I'd certainly like to know whether that project remains on the Ltip. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a simple question. Is it still on the Ltip? But look, I'm going to put a few things on the record. I am fascinated by the new planning chairperson's observations of the consultation. And I would just like to say the following. If there were 421 submissions and 219 of them were from Councillor Owen's form letter, that means that there were 202 which are, from what I can understand, either residents of my ward or residents of Councillor Shree's ward. And I know that my residents were not supportive of the Ltip, and I'm pretty sure Councillor Shree's weren't supportive of the Ltip. So you'd have to be a little bit misguided about understanding consultation, which I think is the fallback of this LNP administration. They just don't get consultation. They don't get feedback whatsoever. And to claim that there's a clear majority, well, I don't know. I don't think 2 votes is a clear majority. 50.00001% is a majority. I don't reckon that's a clear majority. More importantly, I would just like to bring everybody's attention to this document. This is one of the attachments today. It is the consultation report from the 421 submissions. And what Council does is they assign everybody a number, and there's actually more than 421 numbers. I think it goes up to about 429, so I don't know why there's a discrepancy there, but 429 is the highest I could see. So you don't know who's made what submission. Council double speaks what you've said and then gives a very lengthy response. But in it, there's a column that says change required. So there were 421 in Councillor Allen's own words submission. Does anybody want to guess how many changes Council made to the Ltip in response to the 421 submissions? Zero. 61 times in this document, the consultation document, council says no change. That's exactly what they did in the Ltip. Despite my residents overwhelmingly, about 90% are against the Ltip, what did council do there? No change. This council doesn't listen. This council calls residents who raise concerns with it fake. This council calls residents who raise concerns with it liars. Like, it is outrageous the way that this council responds to public consultation. And this is the very best example of it. Council went out to the community and said, here is the new infrastructure plan for our city. We want your feedback. Tell us what you think. And they did. 429 or 421, if you believe Councillor Allen, did. And you know what council said to every single one of these people? Every single one of them. No change. We're not changing a thing. We're not listening to you. We don't care what you think. We're ignoring your submissions. We're ignoring your feedback. Now, they did this last time, and they did this the time before, and it's very clear to me that this administration refuses to listen. The people who are engaging in fakeness in this city are the LNP. When they say, can we consult on something, give us your feedback, they do not listen. And here's this nearly 40-page document that says over 60 times in response to community feedback requesting changes, no change. We're not listening. We're not going to do a thing. That's appalling behaviour, Councillor Allen. You left that bit out of your speech, didn't you? So here's my question to the Lord Mayor. Why is there just not even one single thing a resident of Brisbane can say to this council that this council will actually act on? There's not. There's not one. Not one. There wasn't in the Ltip either. Not one. And they were my residents, almost 40 residents, all spoke up. This Ltip, it gets even better, this Ltip. It essentially goes on then to provide a document that outlines the changes. Overwhelmingly, the projects coming into the Ltip are in LNP areas. They're in Pollara. They're overwhelmingly in LNP areas. Your marginal LNP areas. There are dozens and dozens of them. I can only find, I think it's 4 areas where it's a non-LNP ward that is not getting a cut. There are 2 in Councillor Shree's ward, 2 projects coming in that weren't in there previously. There's 1 in my ward, which is the Sherwood Arboretum, which is already underway, and there's 1 in an ALP ward. That's it. Otherwise, the document overwhelmingly favours projects in marginal LNP wards. So, of course, it's not really a surprise to anybody in this city, is it, that the people who genuinely wrote in, put their feedback in as part of the submissions, they asked for change. No change. 421 or 429 times, no change. But all the projects coming in are to the benefit of the LNP, overwhelmingly. This is an appalling document that strips projects out of my ward that were recommended by council 21 years ago. Every single stormwater project in Yeronga that was listed to be delivered in the last 5 years has been cut from the Ltip. And there's double speak in the council reply they say, oh no, it's not been cut from city plan. No, it's been put onto the Ltip. A list with no timeframes, no funding allocated, and it is a never list of projects that will not get done. This administration is shortchanging this city on infrastructure. It has failed to deliver on timely projects. It's failed to deliver against all planning benchmarks that they have set for themselves since City Plan was introduced in 2014. And the other thing this document does is push out the timeframes for the delivery of projects. This administration's got more money than it's ever had, and it cannot deliver basic projects that it sets for itself to deliver. There's no one in the way. There's a rabble of an opposition. There's like 5 of them. And there's 20 of you. You've got a massive majority. You announce the projects that you say you're going to deliver. You manage the budget. You have the finance chair. You have the infrastructure chair. You decide what projects, and you can't even deliver the projects that you say you're going to deliver. This is an appalling document that shortchanges residents in my ward and shortchanges residents in many wards around the city. I just want to put on the record now why I'll be abstaining from this. This is the stormwater schedule of works that was printed. This is 400-point font. 400-point font. Think about that. 10 or 12 might be normal when you're reading a document. This is 400-point font. It is illegible. It is completely illegible. Stormwater is the single biggest issue in my ward, and the area that I wanted to look at in the Ltip to find out what this project, what this process is about, was the stormwater schedule of works. And guess what? This document is illegible, and it's not the only one. And I'm tabling this document so it will remain on the council record for years to come. Years to come. And I note that the chairman of council said he'd get back to us before we actually started this debate about this problem. He hasn't done so. Now, I know I've looked at these documents and they're not legible. I've printed out at 400-point font to show that it's not legible. I know that most people in this room won't have even looked at this. Well, I've tried, and I find it appalling that the documents that I can read ignore the concerns of the community, don't listen to feedback, and provide illegible documents that are not reviewable either on a computer or in hard copy in this council chamber. Council's behaviour on this matter is appalling. These changes to city plan are critically important across the city, and this administration has failed to listen, and it has failed, comprehensively failed to provide the documents.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Further debate on items A and D. Further debate on A and D. Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on these items. I used to spend, I guess, a lot more time and energy being worried about what was in and out of the Ltip and making submissions, etc. each time one of these documents came up for review or amendment. But I've come to realise more recently that the Ltip is essentially just a political document. I had it in my head, and based on the way it was drafted, I assumed it was the product of detailed evidence-based planning and very meticulous costings and essentially a practical plan that prioritised and highlighted the most essential infrastructure that our city needed and included an accurate estimate of how to pay for it. But what I've realised in recent years is that it's nothing of the sort. In fact, it seems that the way documents and the way most projects end up in the Ltip documents is that they are the political priorities of the LNP rather than necessarily being the highest priority projects for the city as a whole. And sometimes those two things line up, and I'm probably divert slightly from some of the other councillors in this chamber that I don't think every decision as to what is or isn't included in the Ltip is a party political decision. I don't think necessarily every positive project in there has been put in there simply to help a councillor win a seat. I think that's the case in some instances, but I do think it's an interesting meeting point between council planners and the experts in the administration, in the bureaucracy, trying to say this is what we most urgently need to do, and then the Lord Mayor and council officers coming in, the Lord Mayor and LNP councillors coming in over the top and say, actually no, we're going to ignore your advice, this is what we're going to do instead. And I don't want to bore the chamber with too many detailed examples, but it has been interesting to me, for example, that the Howard Smith Wharves ferry terminal, which wasn't previously listed in the Ltip and wasn't identified as a transport infrastructure priority in any transport planning documents, suddenly made it to the top of the list and suddenly got included in all these plans on the basis of a deal between the LNP administration and the property developers responsible for Howard Smith Wharves. No one else I talked to had ever thought that that was a transport priority in terms of river-based transport. And in fact, the city plan and the neighbourhood plans for riverside suburbs identified other locations that were high priorities for city cap terminals, such as, for example, the western side of West End. But those documents that those projects that our own transport planners and our own city planners had identified as priority projects were not necessarily delivered within the LGIP. Meanwhile, the Howard Smith Wharves ferry terminal was elevated to the top of the list simply because the LNP wanted to do a nice thing for those particular developers. I could similarly point to a lot of examples in the LGIP where the proposed project costings are wildly inadequate and do not reflect the true cost of the council's likely to incur in delivering those projects. For example, there's a new park that's listed in my ward. I believe the site area is listed as being half a hectare in West End to deliver a new park in a predominantly residential area. Now, the LGIP identifies a cost estimate of $10 million to buy half a hectare of land in West End. Here's a pro tip, it's costing a little bit more than that these days. $10 million won't buy you anywhere near half a hectare. And there are many such examples throughout the LGIP where the dollar value for the projects identified falls far short, but by millions of dollars, sometimes by a factor of 10, falls far short of the actual cost of delivering those projects, which simply highlights that the LGIP is not a complete planning document or a complete budgeting plan. It only allocates partial funding to these projects. And then whether or not they happen becomes a matter of whether the LNP administration is politically motivated to allocate more funding to top up those projects and actually ensure they happen. So I guess what all this highlights is that this document doesn't actually do what it says on the label. It's not actually a local government infrastructure plan. It's a combination of planning aspirations and party political priorities and some fairly rough and ready, I would argue, loose budget estimates of how much things are actually going to cost. And what I've seen in recent years is that many projects which the council has committed to delivering, such as the green bridges, which I think are great, and I'm obviously very supportive of those, but they weren't listed in the LGIP. So it kind of feels like council is putting the cart before the horse, where it says, here's our plan for all the stuff we're going to deliver in the future, kind of ignores some of the projects that are in there, postpones some of the projects that are in there, and then after the fact adds in new projects that weren't previously listed as priorities. And so I think the residents of Brisbane need to understand and go into this very clear-eyed that this document is not a neutral, evidence-based, expert-led planning document. It has that veneer. It looks at first glance like that's what it might be, and all the detailed spreadsheets and tables and cost estimates down to the dollar value make it look a little bit more legitimate, but it's ultimately still just a list of party political infrastructure priorities. And I think we need to call that what it is. I disagree with some of the priorities the LNP has identified. I do agree with others. Obviously, I'd like to see more spending on public and active transport infrastructure and a lot less spending on road widening. I'd like to see more spending on new public parks rather than simply on upgrading existing parks and cramming more stuff into existing parks. We need new public green space, particularly in inner city areas and particularly in high growth parts of the city. There's a long list of changes I would like to see made to this document so that it adequately reflects the needs of the city. And I do share Councillor Johnston's concerns about the lack of spending or the delaying of essential stormwater drainage and flooding infrastructure projects. I'm quite concerned for my area. As I'm sure all of you are aware, a large chunk of West End is on a floodplain and is incredibly vulnerable to flooding, and it's been extremely disappointing in recent years to see the council administration continue to approve unsustainable, vulnerable, high-density residential developments on land which flooded in 2011, flooded in 74, flooded in 1893, etc., and will flood again. The council has approved all these high-density developments on extremely flood-prone land, and meanwhile is failing to allocate the necessary funding to drainage infrastructure and flood mitigation works that will reduce the chances of those properties being damaged in the future. So I think there's a lot that this LGIP and the associated documentation leaves to be desired. I think overall, it's reduced my faith in the administration's ability to be guided by the expert advice of its own public servants. It's, in a way, the worst hodgepodge of political priorities and public servant planning. I think you need to do one or the other. You need to actually acknowledge, okay, we're just doing this because this is what the people of Brisbane have told us is most important, and these are our priorities as a political party, and that's what this document reflects. Or you say, this is a document that has been produced by public servants who are not directly responsive to the democratically expressed needs of the citizenry, but this is what the public servants think is most important, and that's what this is a list of projects about. But this document is somewhere in between, and it's really hard even for me as an elected city councillor to make sense of that. On one hand, it's the things that the public servants think are the most important, but on the other hand, it's not. The public servants' voices have been completely drowned out and ignored, and random projects have been shoehorned in there simply because a certain LNP councillor has been lobbying for them effectively. And ultimately, what all this boils down to is that we in the city are not planning sustainably for growth. We are not planning adequately to meet the needs of this city. And I think it highlights again for me what I've been saying for some time now, which is property developers simply aren't contributing their fair share towards the cost of infrastructure and public facilities to meet the needs of this growing city. It's quite clear from the low cost estimates in the Ltip that council doesn't have enough money to do all the stuff it needs to do and would like to do. Part of the solution there is to spend less money on non-essential road widening projects that are not based in sound evidence and research. But a big part of the solution is to remove the infrastructure charge caps imposed by the state government and increase the amount of money that private property developers are required to contribute as infrastructure charges towards public infrastructure. And don't give me the lectures about how that will drive up housing costs, because that's not based on evidence, and that's not the experience from other cities that have a different approach to infrastructure charges. But it is very clear that this city is not planning ahead to deliver the infrastructure that the community needs, and that we don't have enough money to do so because council is not making property developers pay their fair share for that infrastructure. So big changes are needed, and that's why I won't be supporting these items.
Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Councillor Landers has moved a motion for suspension of council proceedings to allow for an afternoon tea adjournment, and seconded by Councillor Hutton. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. 15 minutes commencing when all councillors have left the chamber. Thank you. Councillors, we have quorum. Further debate on items A and D. Any further debate? Lord Mayor, summing up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you to councillors who contributed to the discussion. Unfortunately, there seems to be a very significant lack of understanding about what these two documents are. If you were listening to the discussion here, you would think that this is the only planning document, or these are the only planning documents we have for the City of Brisbane when it comes to infrastructure. They're not, by any stretch of the imagination. These documents exist for two very simple reasons. Number one, to allow us to lawfully collect infrastructure charges as new development occurs. They by no means represent everything we build or everything we do. By no means. They never have. And so it's a complete misinterpretation, or maybe a misunderstanding of what these documents are designed to do, to suggest that this is our only plan for building infrastructure. It's not. This is a plan that allows us to lawfully collect charges, and it's a plan that allows us to lawfully set aside and protect land for the building of future infrastructure in areas where development is happening. And so if you look at the history of the way development and infrastructure has been built in this city, this City Council, through successive Lord Mayors, dating back to Clem Jones, dating back to William Jolly, has led the charge when it comes to building infrastructure in Brisbane. This council and all of its former iterations have led the way because the state has been missing in action. The state trumpets about how much they spend outside of Brisbane and outside of South East Queensland to pander to regional voters. The reality is, it has always been the case that when it comes to infrastructure in Brisbane, Brisbane City Council is on its own. And sometimes we get help from the federal government. And sometimes the state government even tries to stand in the way of the help from the federal government, like we're seeing at the moment. And they're like, you can't help Brisbane City Council because that prevents us spending money elsewhere in the state. Outrageous attitude from the state government. A state government that hates money being spent in Brisbane and that is ashamed of money that is being spent in Brisbane. And so we rightly take the opportunity to plan and build the infrastructure our city needs, because guess what? No one else is doing it. And I also think that we've done a much better job than the state government would have done even if they were doing it. Because we know that when it comes down to it, we have very effectively led the discussion on infrastructure. And so whether that is the major projects, the billions of dollars worth of projects that we have delivered whilst we've been in administration. And I did hear with interest that the Leader of the Opposition was talking about an infrastructure deficit. And that was very interesting, wasn't it? Because let me explain what he's referring to. And it would support Councillor Shree's argument in some ways. So Councillor Shree says that there should be more collected in infrastructure charges to help pay for infrastructure. Right? What we're seeing here is that infrastructure charges are capped by the state government. And so if there's an infrastructure deficit, it's because of that cap that exists because of the state government. And
point of order to you, Councillor Shree.
Thanks. Question?
Lord Mayor, will you take a question?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Lord Mayor, would you agree with me that the state government should remove the cap on infrastructure charges and allow local councils to charge whatever they see as appropriate?
That's a really good question. So my view on infrastructure charges is that the escalation that happens in infrastructure charges is very slow and in no way reflective of the cost of building things. And so the cap needs to be escalated in accordance with the cost of building things. So to say there should be no cap, look, I'm not sure that that's the right answer, but certainly construction costs are going up almost by the week, yet the cap has remained the same. And there's no plans to change that. So what we will see is, because of state government policy, our ability to collect money through infrastructure charges falls further and further behind. So yes, if there's a deficit, Councillor Cassidy, it's because of your colleagues up in George Street not changing the cap. And the interesting thing is that they like to blame Campbell Newman for everything, right? Campbell Newman gets the blame for everything. Now, the cap was introduced, I understand, from memory, by the LNP government. And this is one of the only things that the LNP government did that wasn't undone by the Labor Party. So they're in lockstep with Campbell Newman's policies when it comes to capping of infrastructure charges. We don't agree with that position. We do not agree with this position. Now, I've heard Councillor Johnston pipe up, and she made some interesting contributions as well. She was bellyaching that so much of the infrastructure that's planned in these plans is in LNP wards. Well, I know Councillor Cassidy's not good at numbers, but Councillor Johnston mustn't be very good either, because the people of Brisbane elected LNP councillors in 73% of the wards in this city. This is not our doing, this is the people of Brisbane's doing. They put us here. It's a democratically elected council, and in 73% of the wards, there are LNP councillors. So to suggest that there's lots happening in LNP wards, well, you need to talk to the people of Brisbane about that, because they put us there. And why do they keep putting us there? Because we build infrastructure. And so it is quite fascinating that they try and use that line, or that Councillor Johnston tries to use the line that there's lots of stuff happening in LNP wards. Yep. There are lots of LNP wards because the people of Brisbane know that the LNP delivers and Team Schrinner delivers for them and builds infrastructure for them. But when I talk back to Councillor Cassidy's claim of an infrastructure deficit, he's theoretically suggesting that there should be more infrastructure built. But let's have a look at Labor's record when it comes to actually building infrastructure. Now, they haven't been in administration for quite some time, but they have been in a position to criticise and attack projects for a long period of time, haven't they? And so let's go through the list of projects that they have attacked and criticised and opposed. Let me start with Clem 7 and Legacy Way. Let me start with the Go-Between Bridge. Let me go on to Kingston Smith Drive. Let me talk about Brisbane Metro. Let me talk about the green bridges now, who they call vanity projects. Apparently the green bridges aren't important to Labor, they're vanity projects. And let's talk about more recent projects like Indooroopilly Roundabout and the Moggle Road Corridor upgrade. They stand in the way of all of these infrastructure projects. They criticise all of them. They say they support public transport, yet they criticise and attack and oppose Brisbane Metro. They say they support active travel, yet they criticise and attack green bridges. And so it is quite clear, and the people of Brisbane know it, that if you want things built, then you support Team Schrinner and the LNP council team. If you want to oppose things, you either support Labor or the Greens, or maybe an independent councillor. That is the reality, and that is what has happened in the last 20 years of council. We've built things, the other side have opposed things. And so let's not hear about an infrastructure deficit that is created by the state government. Let's hear about the projects that we've focused on building and we have delivered billions of dollars worth of infrastructure successfully. But I did want to take objection to something that Councillor Sri said about this being, or these things being political documents. I can tell you that when the officers put up their amendments, they were not in any way politically interfered with. And the only thing that happened was the addition of projects that we had committed to building through the election process, which is a democratic process. So we've gone to the people of Brisbane and said, we're going to build Brisbane Metro, we're going to build green bridges, we're going to build ferry terminals, we're going to invest in these things. And the people of Brisbane have elected us, and as a result, we've incorporated these projects into these plans. But when it comes to other things, we haven't tinkered. The officers have put up their suggestions, put up their projects, and we've accepted them. And so we have not. This is by no, I can tell you, having been involved in every cabinet meeting since 2008, I can tell you, we don't sit here going, oh, look, there's a project for Tennyson Ward, let's take that out. That sort of thing never happens, and that sort of thing has never happened. And if you're suggesting that, well, then you're making adverse reflections on council officers. So I think that's very disappointing to hear, but the reality is we've always had a strong record on building infrastructure. That will continue because it is a big focus of ensuring that the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Your time has expired. We now move to the vote on items A and D in the ENC report. All in favour items A and D, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Division has been called by Councillor Cook and Councillor Strunk. Please, we have everyone here. No, we don't. Please ring the bells. Thank you, councillors. The division is for the vote on items A and D in the E&C report. All in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands. No. Any abstentions? Parks?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
Declare that motion carried. Lord Mayor, we now move on to other items in the E&C report. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. In accordance with...
Sorry, point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Just to be clear, there are 2 more separate lots.
Yes.
So when you say we're moving on to other items, which ones?
Yes. The items in seriatim B and C, and items E, F and G, other items in the E&C report.
But which ones?
Okay, well, Lord Mayor has the floor.
No, it's not a tricky question. I asked for them to be taken seriatim for debate and voting purposes.
Correct, you did.
So
yes.
Which items are we debating now? It's got to be one or the other. So which ones, please?
Okay, right. In order, we'll move on to B and C. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. In accordance with section 11(2)(a), I move that we deal with E, F and G now. And the reason for that is because we have some people that have been here waiting to hear the outcome of those, and out of respect for them, we can deal with that now. It's no skin off anyone's nose to change this order. All items will get dealt with, but let's talk about these ones first.
Okay. Debate is on items E, F and G. Lord Mayor.
Okay, I wanted to start with item G in particular. And item G is the proposed sale of part of the land at Boundary Street Park, Wacol, to the National Servicemen's Association of Australia, otherwise known as the NASHOs. And this particular item is one that's been a long time in the making, and one that I'm very pleased we can finalise and resolve here today. Many people would be aware that that part of Brisbane, in particular the land surrounding this particular park, was previously part of the Wacol Army Barracks, and that was certainly part of my childhood growing up. I always remember on the way out to Ipswich going past the Wacol Barracks, and that was some years ago divested by the federal government, but there was a part of that land that was kept, and it was always the intention of the federal government, and I believe also always the intention of Brisbane City Council, to make sure that a part of this land was kept as a home for the NASHOs, and in fact also for the PNG Volunteer Rifle Association as well. So I particularly wanted to acknowledge the presence of the President Alex, Vice President Tony, Treasurer Neil, Secretary Gordon, who were in the public gallery. Yes, hello. And also online, the PNG Volunteer Rifle Association is watching, and Phil, Bob and Paul are also watching online, I understand. I want to thank both of these organisations for their service, and also for keeping alive this important part of our city and our nation's military history, because there's something particularly special about NASHOs. Unlike most of the people that have served our nation over the years, NASHOs were a distinct group that didn't have a lot of choice in the matter. They were called up and they served our nation in a sterling way, but also they suffered significant losses in the process of that. Now, just 2 weeks ago, we joined with millions of Australians and friends from across the globe in honouring and commemorating the service of thousands of Australian men and women with Remembrance Day. And as the Prime Minister said on the day, these servicemen and women embody our highest aspirations as a nation and as people. To live for others, even when to do so is unimaginably hard and the costs extreme. Tragically, the hardships continued even for those who rode out the storms of war. Many suffered the physical marks of battle, yet more, the deep emotional scars of memory. Thousands of our servicemen and women would die from injury, as well as despair, within a decade of coming home. Their struggles were as much an act of patriotism and love for our country as their enlisted service. And that is true to this day for many of those who wrestle with these daily memories. So each day we pay tribute to those who have served our nation and also those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Among them are the 287,000 Australians who were called up for national service between 1951 and 1972. And many served in the Vietnam War, while others served in Borneo, Malaysia and PNG. 212 Nashos died in active service. And today the Nashos are ably represented and passionately represented by the National Servicemen's Association, which was founded in 1987 and now is the second largest ex-service organisation in the world. Because the Nashos are such an important part of our returned services community and our veterans and also our local community, I think it is absolutely vital that we formalise the arrangement that has been in place for many years now to give them an ongoing home, somewhere to meet, somewhere to come together as a community, but also somewhere that acknowledges the history and keeps the history and heritage alive. I've had the honour of visiting the site a number of times, and they've done a fantastic job with the museum and the facilities. And I know that there are a number of local councillors in this place who are very supportive of what they're trying to achieve out there. So this arrangement sees the peppercorn sale of the land to the Nashos. It also has the added condition that if for some reason the Nashos are no longer able to occupy the site, that the land would come back to council. So I think this represents a very good outcome, not only for the Nashos and for the Brisbane City Council, but also the people of Brisbane who honour and serve the amazing Nashos and the PNG rifles as well. So I commend this particular submission to the chamber. In terms of other items on the agenda in this particular grouping, Amendment Package N proposes changes to the infrastructure design planning scheme policy in the city plan. And these changes include adopting the latest Australian standards for public lighting in local parks, roads, bikeways and public spaces, changes to strengthen certification requirements to stormwater treatment devices in line with council policy and best industry practice, and also updating all other reference specifications and Brisbane standard drawings to maintain the currency and usability of the city plan. Public consultation happened between 12th of July and 23rd of August. Some minor changes have been made in response to the points raised in submissions, and it's recommended that the proposed amendments are adopted to the planning scheme policy. The second item, item F, or the third item, sorry, item F, is an amendment about rooftop gardens and the greening of our rooftops. Because it wasn't too long ago that the rooftop on buildings in Brisbane was the place where you put all the ugly mechanical equipment and air conditioning and cooling towers and services. And when you look down from another building onto the roofs of buildings around the city, you would see a desolate waste of concrete and metal and steel. Whereas how much of things have changed in a short period of time when we've seen a real push to create these amazing rooftop spaces on the top of buildings. And that is something that we do want to support and encourage, and we do want to see more of, because we know that as our city grows, that those type of spaces are really important to the livability of the city. Now, those spaces may not be public parks, but they are certainly important for the residents and the occupiers of those buildings. And whether they're working there in an office building that has a rooftop garden or outdoor space, or whether they're living in such a building, that is something that is greatly appreciated by those residents and helps make their home more livable. And so when you're living in an apartment, obviously you rely on spaces like this and also local parkland spaces to help meet your need and appetite for green space. And so we've been very clear about supporting this to happen. Now, the reality is this submission and this major amendment will make it easier for these things to happen, and we will see more of it happening right across the city. It's already started, there's a major trend towards it, and we know that it will only continue, and this is about making sure it is easier to happen. And so that is something that we support.
Chair. Point of order to you, Councillor Street.
Sorry to interrupt. I did have one more question for the Mayor, if he'd be up for taking it.
Lord Mayor, will you take a question?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Sorry, it's about the previous item, but I was just trying to get my head around the... and I'm not suggesting this would necessarily happen or that this is particularly likely, but is there anything to stop the Nashos from selling off the block of parkland to the private sector down the track? I'm not saying
absolutely there is. And this, yeah, so look, it's a fair question to raise. The Nashos will not be in a position to sell this land, and nor would they sell this land, okay? So if you ask what is to stop them, then I would simply say that we have the procedures in place to make sure that if the Nashos for some reason can't or don't need that land anymore, it comes back to council. And so that will be the intent. It will remain a public asset. But having said that, this was granted to them, or the intent of the federal government was to grant it to them for use. And so we are meeting the intent of the federal government here, but we're also supporting the great community use of this asset. The Nashos certainly do not have any intention of becoming property developers, I can assure you. Back to the rooftop gardens amendment. This is one of several things that we're doing to make sure that we create more sustainable and livable buildings and development in our city. And it also fits in nicely with our approach that we're gearing up when it comes to the greening of buildings. Greening in terms of not only their sustainability rating, in terms of use of energy and water and resources, but
Lord
also...
Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
Got an extension of time motion for the Lord Mayor from the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I will be very quick. So it's not only just about the sustainability rating of the buildings in terms of energy use and waste and the use of resources, but also about the livability of the buildings in terms of, are they designed in a way that allows you not to have to have all the windows closed and the air conditioning on full bore? Are you able to live with the windows open, the doors open? Do you have breezes coming through? And do you have greenery on and in your building? These are things that we support and things that we want to see more of going forward, and we'll continue to be adapting our planning scheme to make sure that we support more sustainable development and more livable development in our city.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers on items E, F and G? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Could I just ask that item G be taken seriatim for voting, please?
G, seriatim for voting, yes.
Yes, thanks very much. Clause F here, this major amendment to the city plan to deal with rooftop gardens, package G. Generally speaking, we have said this in the past, we support the concept of rooftop gardens, but when it comes to trusting this LNP administration to do what they say, you know, it's hard to do on their past records, Chair. So what the papers before us, you know, say that we're going to get are genuine rooftop gardens, but what we worry is that we won't have genuine rooftop gardens. It does actually say in black and white that the minimum requirement is only 15% of the rooftop space to be an actual garden. So 15% is a pretty low number for it to be an actual garden, and I suppose the proof will be in the pudding. But when this administration frames this package as increasing green space in dense areas with just a few extra garden beds or some pot plants, it really doesn't meet that rhetoric. And when we saw the administration announce, and they did some media, I think over the weekend, Councillor Allen was up on a rooftop spruiking what these rooftop gardens would look like, and that rooftop was a large pool with deck chairs and some plants in pots. I'm not sure if that meets the intent of what a genuine rooftop garden adding to the green space of densely populated areas is supposed to be. I'm not sure if that was just an existing pool on a rooftop that Councillor Allen went and visited, and that won't be reflective of what is proposed. But I suppose if it is, it's a bad look. It is a bad look. a developer could do that right now if they wanted. They would just have to include that in their maximum height level. And what this administration now is changing, well, we hope they're not, but what it looks like they're changing is allowing those pools and deck chairs and is an entire extra story, and some golden cane palms in pots are sorted around the edges. So it certainly looks like a garden from the street view when you have those palms in pots on the outside. When you get up there, it is certainly an entertainment space, a pool area or an extra story. So developers have always been able to do that, that's fair, but they had to include that with the previously agreed upon height limits for a community, whether it's in a neighbourhood plan or within the city plan. This will, of course, increase the yield for developers. They will be able to gain higher levels of profit from their developments by having an extra story put in for free, especially if that is for an entertainment area, for a barbecue area, for pools and all that kind of thing as well. Certainly would, I believe, if there were genuine gardens on rooftops as well. It would certainly be a great selling point, but the intent of this should be about providing green space, not just 15% covered in pots. So that's what, you know, we approach this from that side of things, that we are open to this, but it should genuinely be green space on these buildings and not just free run for developers to make increased profits at the expense of increased genuine green space. And we hear a lot from the LNP administration that Brisbane operates in a performance-based planning scheme, so the developers are often able to get increased limits or decrease setbacks or increase site cover on developments if they can prove that there is a trade-off, a better trade-off for the community. So if developers are able to use these rooftop gardens to reduce the green space that they are required as per the local plan, the neighbourhood plan or the city plan on the ground, that would be a bad outcome for the city as well. So we know the kinds of deals that the LNP do when it comes to planning matters, and we still remain concerned about this. We do support genuine rooftop gardens, but when they are simply used to increase the height limits for developers to make an increased profit and not giving any great community benefit, then we remain concerned about those. Clause G, the sale of part of the land located at Boundary Street, Wacol, to the National Servicemen's Association of Australia, Queensland Incorporated. So, as we've heard, this is the sale of land back to the National Servicemen's Association, the NASHOs. This piece of land has been a bit of a pinball when you go through the papers, bouncing between leases and ownership, starting, of course, with it being owned by the federal government, that land being sold to Metroplex and leased by the NASHOs. The NASHOs then surrendered that lease while struggling to find the funds to maintain that property at the time, and that land was then transferred to council by Metroplex. So council has owned that land in trust since 2018. When that was transferred to council, held in trust for park purposes, we find out, not for community purposes or sport and rec purposes, like a lot of other land that is held in trust by council that then a lease can be offered by council. We hold a lot of land in trust, whether it's from the state government or elsewhere, that we're able to execute leases on because it is held in trust for community or sport and rec purposes. So when this deal was done by council just a few years ago, it was transferred specifically for park purposes, which seems to, when we go through the papers before us today, preclude council from leasing that land back to the NASHOs, which would have been the best case scenario in this situation. But now what we have to do to tidy this mess up from our perspective as a council is to sell the land back to the NASHOs for $1 with these caveats on it as well. So we will be supporting this item today because we, as a council, are left with no option, I think, because of the mess that was created 3 years ago in the way this was transferred in trust. I certainly tried to get more information on this. I went and looked at the ENC files up in Brisbane Square and it was threadbare. There is no history on file about what happened back in 2018. It's simply a couple of pages long. So we'll be supporting this item today for this transfer, the sale of land, and we certainly do appreciate the work that the NASHOs do and join with the Lord Mayor in paying tribute to and thanking those 287,000 Aussies who served as NASHOs and the 212 who paid the ultimate price. And it is extremely important, we know and we appreciate that they have this home, and we again will be supporting this item today to make sure that they do have that home. But again, it's only having to come to council because of the mess that was created 3 years ago, and that certainty wasn't able to be provided to the Nashos, but now it will be.
Further debate on EF&G. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item G, the proposed sale of land at Boundary Street Park, Wacol. I'd also like to acknowledge the Nashos executive who are here in the chamber with us today, and also the PNG VR executive who are joining us online today. I just wanted to provide a brief summary and outline the history of this site, and explain why it's before the chamber today. So in 1948, as the Lord Mayor shared, the land was part of the former Wacol Army Camp, where the National Servicemen's Association began and completed their basic training. Since 1998, the Nashos have held a lease on the land known as the National Service Heritage Precinct. On the site, there are 6 relocated original Second World War Army buildings, along with a significant memorial to those Nashos who died whilst in training. Currently, Council holds the land in trust for parks under the Trust Act 1973. Under the Act, Council is not able to grant an exclusive right by way of a lease to one specific group, hence why this item is here before us today. The sale of this property to the Nashos will provide a long-term tenure, not just to the Nashos, but also to the PNG-VR Rifle Association. The exclusive use of the land also enables these two organisations to ensure the site is protected with fencing and appropriate security. Security is paramount. Inside one of the renovated buildings is the PNG-VR Military Museum. From 2005, the volunteer group has continued to add to the exhibit of military memorabilia and artefacts across PNG wartime activities and other Australian military campaigns. Important history is kept alive through this museum, ensuring future generations never lose the historical value and significance of our servicemen and women, and more importantly, our relationship with our PNG friends. Another important building to mention on the site is the Everyman's Hut. The Everyman's Hut was restored to its original glory by the Nashos, and it is a great tribute to our servicemen and women. It really takes you back to the 1950s, where you could imagine young soldiers doing jitterbug and swing dancing. This site is important, not just to my community, but to Brisbane. I would highly recommend any councillors who have not visited the site to make the journey out to Wacol, as the LM did earlier this year. Finally, I would like to acknowledge Alec Garland, President of the Nashos, and Phil Ainsworth, President of the PNG VR Association, for their tireless advocacy to ensure long tenure for their respective organisations. Pending the success of the item today, the next steps will involve developing a lease agreement for the PNG VR Association. I'm very happy to see this item before us, which will ensure that the National Service Heritage Precinct continues for generations to come.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on items E, F and G. Very briefly on items E and F, the changes to city plan. This LNP administration absolutely cannot be trusted when it comes to plans for city plan. We've seen that time and time again. And it was astonishing to see Councillor Allen on the telly on the weekend. Basically, I saw the same story. He's standing by a pool with lounge chairs saying how fabulous rooftop gardens were. My understanding of what a garden is clearly a little bit different to Councillor Allen's, and the devil is always in the details with this LNP administration. But 15% of the site, being pot plants, that's just pathetic, absolutely pathetic. We know that developers barely meet minimums, and that council gives them performance solutions based on that as well. It's worse than that though. In the plans before us today, it is adding an extra story. It's very clear that a rooftop terrace is not considered to be a story within any existing height limits. So in my area, this is pretty much happening now anyway, where we have a maximum 5-storey height limit in medium density areas. It's essentially 6 with a rooftop terrace. The problem with that is that it adds to noise, overshadowing, you know, a whole heap of problems that come from having higher buildings where they were never intended. So this is development by creep. It's giving developers a free pass to build an extra story. So let's call it for what it is. It's an extra story. If I'm reading it correctly, it applies pretty much everywhere. District centres, so district centres in my area that are 4 stories will now be 5. Medium story will now be 6. It applies to dual occupancy, retirement villages. So pretty much in any zone in the city, you can have an extra story. And we can see this in my area. We're actually in court on appeal on a matter where we've got a house in a character area where they want to put a rooftop terrace on the top of the character house because they can't meet their private open space obligations. So this LNP administration is caving yet again to the developers and is not thinking about the long-term needs of the city. Here's something I'd like to see instead of, you know, pools and whatever. How about we put some water tanks on the roof and collect the stormwater and reuse that, reticulate that through our buildings so they're sustainable? How about we put some solar panels on the roof and make sure any of these apartment buildings we build have got solar energy on them? How about we try making some of these buildings sustainable instead of greenwashing them with a pot plant on the roof next to the pool and the Barker Lounger? How about we do that? That's what sustainable buildings should be happening, but that's definitely not happening under this LNP administration, as we've seen. So this is just a bit of window dressing to keep developers happy. We all know that they want the extra story. We all know that they don't want it within their current height limit, and we all know that council's been giving it to them under performance solutions anyway. And now the LNP is just absolutely bending over and saying, sure, here you go, you can have it. And that's not on in my view, so I won't be supporting that item. I also want to make a few remarks about item G, and I'm going to say this as very simply and clearly as I can. And, sorry?
Carry on, Councillor Johnston, you've got the floor.
I want to say this as simply and clearly as I can. This is not a reflection on the national servicemen or any servicemen. I come from a service family. Both parents, cousins, grandparents, aunts, uncles. We have a strong tradition of service in my family, and I have enormous respect for all those who've served in all capacities, whether through the Defence Forces or through national service. However, I can't support this item before us today. The information that we've been given is not enough to make a decision on. So let me be clear. This is what Council actually says about this matter. The site is to be returned to Council free of cost should the Nashos wind up, and it'd be really good if we could put their actual title in there, wind up as a registered association. In this regard, a consent caveat duly executed by Council and the Nashos will be registered on the property title to protect Council's interest as a safeguard. Now, that's a very different thing to the question that Councillor Sri asked, which is my concern. I know that there is no intention to sell this land. I know that that is absolutely not what any of the volunteers on this committee would be planning to do. I know that they won't want to put, you know, I don't know, inappropriate development on it. That's not what they want to do. They want a safe place to meet, to engage in fellowship, and to ensure that the traditions of national service are recognised. But selling parkland to an individual group takes it out of public ownership and puts it in private property. There is nothing based on the material that's been given to us today to say that the National Servicemen's Association cannot sell this land to somebody else. Nothing. And if it's going to be in some sort of contract, that's great. But as Councillor Cassidy's outlined, there's nothing on the file that says that. There's certainly nothing in the ENC papers that we've been given here today to say that. So I know that perhaps in 20 or 30 years, I've seen this twice in my ward now, where land has been granted for a sporting club and it was fundraised by the community to start the sporting club. So it's been held in private ownership, but it's been held for community purposes. It's been sold at the Yeronga Bowls Club to developers, and now we see the Sherwood Respite Centre, exactly the same issue. Was publicly held by an association, and it's now being sold for development. So the big concern I have here, and the reason that I am not supporting this item today, is there is no safeguard that we've been given today to say that this land cannot be sold. Now, I know that there are good men and women involved in this association, and I know it's not their intent to sell it. But we don't know in what position we might be in 20 years, and I don't want to see this land sold down the track and it be lost to public ownership. So my concern here would be we need another instrument to recognise the interests of the National Servicemen's Association and the PNG Rifles Association. Clearly, as we've heard from both the Lord Mayor and the Leader of the Opposition, there's been a stuff-up in the way in which this matter's been titled, but there must be another legally binding instrument that we can use to recognise secure tenure for the National Servicemen's Association, to give them the security of having a long-term home, but does not transfer ownership of the land out of public hands. That's the objective that I think we should be going towards. And clearly Council has failed to do that. And I know that, you know, they don't know me from a bar of soap. They've been dealing with the people. They've been dealing with the people who essentially have stuffed up the process. So my feedback to the Lord Mayor is we should be making sure that there is an instrument in place that recognises the tenure of the National Servicemen's Association and their subtenants, that gives them a 50-year lease or a 100-year lease, however long you want to make it, but make sure that land is retained in public ownership. It's too little too late when we find out in 20 years' time that it's been sold and there's a new owner, and then what has to happen? Council has to think about going to court to try and recover the land. We're not going to do that. So this is a good intention. This is certainly where we should be going with granting land for community purposes to service organisations, but the tenure that Council is granting today is the wrong mechanism to do that. And I urge the Lord Mayor, because this will pass, obviously, it's going to go through, but there needs to be safeguards in the contract that recognise not just the fact if the National Servicemen's Association winds up that the land comes back to Council, but there cannot be any sale to anybody else. That has to be recognised in the contract. And as I said to those listening and those here, I don't believe that that is their intention. I do not believe that there is any untoward motive here. But my job as a councillor in this place is to make sure that Brisbane City Council's interests are represented, and selling parkland is not the right way to do this, in my view.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further speakers on E, F and G. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak in support of item G. And can I say that this item is of intense relevance to a number of councillors, specifically from a family perspective on this side of the chamber. And I particularly acknowledge Councillor Hammond, whose uncle is a Nasho, and also former Councillor Burke, whose father was a Nasho, and my father-in-law. And can I say that the Nashos have got strong support from also Councillor Hutton and Councillor Cunningham, who have their facilities within their ward boundaries. And I know that the Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress have been in attendance at a number of Nasho functions, and all of us on this side of the chamber are strongly behind and supportive of the Nasho's ownership of this Wacol Heritage Precinct, and also the continuing subleasing to the Papua New Guinea Rifles under an instrument that will be determined through that process once the land is transferred. I would like to say on the public record, thank you for your service to each and every national serviceman, and also every person who has served our nation in uniform in times of conflict and in peace. And I would also like to take this opportunity to specifically acknowledge the 287,000 Nashos who were called up, the 212 who paid the ultimate sacrifice, and the 23 Nashos who died during their national service training and who are recognised on the memorial at the Wacol Heritage Precinct. It is of great pride to me that I was offered the privilege to be the patron of the National Servicemen's Association Queensland in September 2017, and I continue to do so and serve in this role today. And I would just like to say I really appreciate the honour that has been bestowed on me to serve in that role as patron, because there is no greater service than to serve your nation for freedom and democracy, and that is what all of those Nashos did when they answered the call. For those who are not aware of what the Nashos do in that Wacol Heritage Precinct and through the bunker at Coorparoo, their primary functions are to support the welfare needs of all Nashos and their families. And I have seen this firsthand, the amount of visits and support that have been given when many Nashos are nearing their end of life, the respect and dignity that they are farewelled at funerals, a number of which I have attended, and the brotherhood that exists. They are all still brothers to this day, and that will never change. That bond will never be broken. And can I say that through the Wacol Heritage Precinct, the Nashos strive to promote and enhance the wider understanding in the community of what Nashos represents and how they form a very important part of our national history, particularly between the years of 1951 to 1972. And it is really important that we are now in the 70th year from the first time national service was undertaken in this nation. And it is important that this legacy continues. That is why this precinct is important. And the next step in the process, after this ownership matter is dealt with today, will be the heritage listing of the precinct. And that is something that I am unequivocal in my support for the Nashos to commence that process once we get this land tenure sorted out for you today. And I know that the other councillors on this side of the chamber will be behind that and supportive of that as well. It is important to also recognise that we also have the National Pipes and Drums Band that practices on the Wacol Heritage Precinct. We also have the Everyman's Hut, which forms a basis for numerous opportunities for Nashos from all over the country to come together, but particularly from Queensland, to come together to continue their bond and make sure that in the true measure of mateship that they have that capacity to interact. There have been many ways that I have seen the Nashos thrive over the years, and particularly with the opportunities on site. Particularly poignant to me was when I went to the World War I battlefields of France and Belgium at my own expense in late 2017, early 18, and I took wreaths to lay on behalf of the Nashos at all of the memorials there. And in particular, I was afforded the privilege of being able to lay a wreath and read the ode at the Menin Gate. And this I did as a representative of the National Servicemen's Association of Queensland and laid that wreath on their behalf. And that is something that will remain with me forever as one of the highest honours and privileges that I could ever have been granted in my life. To do that on behalf of those who were called up to serve and did so knowing that it was not their choice, but did so diligently. Many of them continued into service, many of them were deployed. The fact that they did that for our nation is something we need to continue to honour. Now, going forward, there will be difficulties as our population ages, as do our NASHOs. And as much as we would like them all to be here for many, many, many years, we all know that we have a finite term on this earth. So the best way that we can honour the legacy is to ensure that the NASHOs have the option to develop the site, develop their legacy, ensure their history is placed in a way that it will be able to continue on, and that is why the heritage listing is important. The reason we are here today to ensure this land tenure proceeds is because of the restrictions that come about in the Planning Act and the Land and Trust Act. And because of those restrictions, we had to make sure that this was done correctly. Now, when we go back to the original transfer of the land, the Department of Defence originally leased the land to the National Servicemen's Association of Queensland on a 50-year lease from 2005 onwards. But then, with the sale of the land to Metroplex, with the agreement of council and all of the other intricacies that transferred, there was this situation that took a bit of time to get through the legal process. And I am glad that we have got through this process. And I would like to say a very special thank you to all of the council officers who have worked diligently behind the scenes to support the NASHOs in ensuring that this could be done sooner rather than later. And I would just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the executive of the NASHOs of Queensland, the President, Alex Garland, the Vice President, Tony Stevenson, the Treasurer, Neil Fryer, the Secretary, Gordon Tunstall, our Chaplain, Padre Tom Andrews, our NASHO News Editor, Vince Crowley, and our Branch News Editor, John Hardy, because they help in keeping those connections going across all of the NASHOs across our state. So I say to you all, if you know anyone who's a NASHO and they are not on our nominal roll, look up NASHO's nominal roll and make sure they put their details on there, because it is important that they connect with their brothers. And once again, I put on the public record, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Further speakers on E, F and G. Councillor Strunk.
Yes, I'd like to speak briefly on item G. I acknowledge, of course, the fine words of my leader in regards to the NASHOs and the service that they've given to Australia since I think it was 1951, actually, from what Google tells me, but I'll stand corrected. My involvement with the NASHOs, or the NASHOs in the precinct, actually goes back many years when it was Metroplex was sort of developing that industrial estate, and they were assisting with that development of the precinct, and got to know the CEO of Metroplex because he used to come into the state office of Henry Palaszczuk at the time. At Anala, and just letting us know what he was going to do, or what the company was going to do on behalf of the NASHOs. So it's been an interesting journey, and I'll tell you, Alex Garland and Phil from the Papua New Guinea Volunteer Rifles, we love your work, because the work that you've done over the years in this precinct is just phenomenal. and of course we're supporting the sale here today. So this side of the chamber, we're doing that as well, Councillor Owen. But I'm a little bit concerned when I was reading through the papers, right? And they weren't extensive. Everything that we've actually got in the document here today is really what the file was, so there wasn't any more additional information. But I was a bit concerned that recently the Forest Lake RSL sub-branch has a building that's in the precinct on site, and they've spent a lot of time and money doing it up. And there's sort of no acknowledgement of that organisation, along with the other organisations that have been acknowledged. And I want to put on record that I think there may be been a bit of an oversight here in regards to the Forest Lake RSL sub-branch. It's a home that they've been looking for many years. Again, I've had a lot to do with them over the years, and they've always been searching for a home that their members can meet and hold functions. And they've got the beautiful building. It's not much smaller than the Papua New Guinea Rifles Museum. So it's a fairly substantial building, and I think they should be acknowledged in the papers here, and maybe as the process is going through with the transfer and everything, that maybe that can be, that should probably be looked at as well. Anyways, so I would like to offer an invitation for people, for all councillors to actually come out and actually have a look at the museum and what the Nashers have done. They got the most beautiful little chapel that you've ever seen on any property anywhere in Queensland, and they've done a terrific job in doing it up. And I agree with Councillor Owen. I think heritage listing is a big step. It's going to probably cost a lot of money because getting things heritage listed is a process, and maybe the council would support that with a bit of finance for that heritage listing. But I think it's important that we preserve these iconic buildings that are actually on this site for the generations to come, so that they can know what the Nashos did for them those many years ago. So I'll just finalise my comments there, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. And I might just ask that item G be taken separately from the other two items for the purposes of voting. Is that
already is?
Yeah, sweet, cool. Yeah, rise briefly to speak on these items, and just turning firstly to G, it would be good if the Mayor could respond or clarify in response to Councillor Johnston's comments exactly what the legal mechanism is that would prevent that site being sold to a third party. I appreciate that. Hi, gentlemen, up there in the gallery. Nice to connect with you. Thanks for being here. Sounds like a worthwhile project. I've driven past the site once or twice. I don't know it particularly well, but I do hope you'll look after the trees up there and won't cut too many of them down too recklessly. But yeah, that's all I really had to say on that matter. I did want to point out, though, with item F, what a crock this is. This is the rooftop gardens, the so-called rooftop gardens amendment, which honestly, it's a wet dream for the property development industry. It's a poor deal for the city of Brisbane as a whole. Essentially what the council's doing here is saying to private property developers, you put a couple of pot plants on your roof and we'll give you an extra story. That's what this boils down to. Now, depending on the site and the area of the site, we're talking about Brisbane City Council handing millions of dollars in additional vertical real estate to private property developers. So with a stroke of a pen, just this amendment, instantly, private developers across the city are going to be able to add another story to their property developments. And what does the city get in return? A couple of pot plants. Now, I'm a big fan of rooftop gardens. I advocate for them all the time. We've got a lot of new developments in my ward that have been introducing rooftop gardens. And guess what? There's nothing in the planning codes, there's nothing in the existing rules that prevents or discourages rooftop gardens. You can already do them. And astute developers are already doing them. We're seeing quite a few interesting approaches to rooftop gardens across the inner south side, some better than others. And the simple reality is that they can already deliver those under the current planning scheme. The LNP's reasoning here is to say that they need to actively incentivise property developers to do something that many developers are already doing by giving them a height bonus. And the reason I call it a height bonus is that the kinds of rooftop gardens that some developers are wanting to deliver are not actually gardens. They're a rooftop gym and spa or an enclosed entertainment area, something that looks like an extra story of a building. And I have nothing wrong with features like that being included on top of a building. I think there's a lot of value for residents if the top of your roof is a shared common space and you can book it for parties, or maybe it's got a shared home cinema, or maybe there's a little gym or whatever. That's all great. But if you're putting an extra level on a building, that should count towards the height limit in the neighbourhood plan. And that's where the LNP administration has really stuffed this up and gotten its knickers in a knot, I think. This proposal is just handing developers additional height and additional density. If a developer really wants to deliver a rooftop garden that has those extra facilities like some extra awnings and an enclosed entertainment area, they can already do that under the neighbourhood plan. They don't need this amendment. But what this amendment does is it opens the door for a whole nother tier of, I would argue, unscrupulous developers to extract height bonuses and density bonuses out of council under the guise of rooftop gardens. Like I said, literally a couple of pot plants. And I challenge the mayor to look at the evidence and look at the site areas in terms of rooftop site that will actually be required to meet this definition of a rooftop garden to get that exemption on height. They're literally only going to have to, in some cases, for some buildings, put in a couple square metres of garden beds and call it a rooftop garden, and then council will let them put an entire extra level on the top, as long as it's for shared facilities. That's not a good deal for the city. And I think a lot of residents, particularly those who pay close attention to height limits and buy into an area or move into an area on the understanding that the neighbourhood plans will be complied with, a lot of those residents are going to be very disappointed over time as they gradually work out what this loophole does for property developers across Brisbane. I've talked to some of the developers who are advocating this, and their motivations are entirely about profit. They're very clear with, they're not ashamed of it, they know how the system works, they're in it to make money, and they've said, Jono, we want to make more money, that's why we need this amendment. Like, it's not a surprise, they're quite frank about it. The only people who seem to be in denial about it are the LNP administration, who are pretending that this is being done in the public interest when it's not. The greater frustration I have now is that this council administration is neglecting its responsibility to provide genuine new public parkland. It's neglecting its responsibility to provide community facilities that are shared across the neighbourhood, and I think the demolition of the East Brisbane Bowls Club is a classic example there. This council is failing to provide public facilities and is becoming increasingly reliant upon private developers to provide those sorts of shared facilities within private buildings that will only be accessible to the residents who live there. And there's a problem with that in terms of community connectedness across our city, because what we're seeing very, very clearly in suburbs like West End, which is really where a lot of this sort of development is happening, is that there are increasingly two kinds of apartment developments. There's the high-end stuff where a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment is literally selling now for $1 million. It's crazy, isn't it? Two bedroom apartment for $1 million. Really high-end stuff, often well-designed, often doesn't comply with the neighbourhood plan, and the developers have benefited from some sketchy deals within council to get those approvals. But really nicely designed, and often those developments include rooftop gardens, they might include a shared gym facility and all that bookable entertainment spaces and stuff. And some residents are paying top dollar for those high-quality apartments. And then you have a whole bunch of dog boxes, really poorly designed stuff, cramped, not much natural light, not much natural ventilation, that lower income people are ending up living in, and that don't have these sorts of facilities like shared rooftop gardens. And those residents of those very high density, very poorly designed, very cramped apartments, they're the ones who really need public green space. They're the ones who need public community facilities, libraries, community centres, halls where people can meet. Those facilities are important for those people who live in those apartments. But what Brisbane City Council is starting to do now, and we see this reflected in the actions of the property industry, is that the council is saying, well, we'll let the developers of the luxury high-end stuff, they'll provide green space within the building. They'll provide community facilities within the building for the wealthy residents. And all the lower income residents, stuff them. They don't get anything. They don't deserve public green space. They don't deserve community facilities and bookable meeting rooms. We'll kick them to the curb. We'll neglect the duty to provide enough public green space and public facilities for the wider community. And in doing so, not just failing current residents, but in future generations who will deal with the legacy of these poor planning outcomes for decades to come. So I'm sorry I'm not patting the administration on the back for this one. I know that the goal of encouraging more rooftop gardens is a good one, but when you drill down into the technical details of how this amendment's going to work and how it interacts with other elements of the planning scheme, this is just a height bonus disguised as greenwashing. It's really disappointing that the ideological preoccupations of the Liberal National Party have trumped good planning and development practices. You talk to anyone who's got an objective viewpoint on this, people who are like experts in urban planning, experts in design, and they'll tell you that if you want high quality design outcomes on top of your apartments, you regulate it. You make it mandatory. You say to developers, you need to either put solar panels or a rooftop garden on top of your development. That's what you're required to do. Then they all do it. That's how we get compliance with other stuff like fire safety. We don't say, oh, we'll give you an extra story on your development if you include a fire escape. We'll give you an extra story on your development if you make sure there's a working fire hydrant and pump at ground level. We don't do that. We say, no, this is essential for people to have safe, quality housing. We're going to make it mandatory. And what I'm saying is that if we agree, and maybe we do, if we agree that it's important for residents of high-density apartments to have shared facilities in their apartments and to have green space, then we should make it mandatory. And that's where I think this LNP administration has gotten so preoccupied with these narrow, ideological... it's just bizarre to me that they can't just listen to the planning experts and say, look, this is what other cities are doing, they're making it mandatory, they're making it compulsory, let's just do that. Instead, you've concocted this convoluted and...
Point of order to you.
Will Councillor Sri take a question?
I think I'm going to run out of time, but if you're going to move a motion for me to have more time, I'm happy to take it.
This time is just about to expire. Councillor Murphy said.
Sure. Go for the question. Councillor Sri, if we made the changes that you're asking
sorry,
for...
Councillor Sri, your time has expired. Further speakers. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item E and F. Just quickly on item E, the amendment to the Brisbane City Plan Package N. The amendment N contains updates to City Plan's Infrastructure Design Scheme policy. The Infrastructure Design Scheme policy provides information, gives guidance and advice and expresses standards for the design and delivery of infrastructure to a high quality. The proposed amendment will make changes to the public lighting standards to reflect the latest Australian standards for lighting roads, parks, bikeways and other public spaces, as well as updates to align with industry best practice for the delivery of public lighting infrastructure. For stormwater treatment devices, we are introducing additional assessment criteria that will require independent certification for proprietary stormwater treatment devices, taking the onus off council to assess and certify devices where proprietary solutions are sought. The amendment package will also update technical and engineering elements of the Brisbane standard drawings and reference specifications in line with industry best practice, and where required to ensure City Plan is kept current and up to date. As an administrative and planning scheme policy amendment, this package underwent public consultation in July and August this year and is now recommended for adoption. Moving on to item F, major amendment package G, rooftop gardens. The rooftop garden amendment will see Brisbane's buildings become even greener and more sustainable. These changes will make it easier and quicker for new buildings to incorporate rooftop gardens and green spaces without being included in the designated height limits. We have so many exciting projects in the pipeline at the moment that will transform Brisbane's skyline. For some time now, we have put a pretty heavy emphasis on ensuring new buildings are well designed, sustainable and incorporate as much greenery as possible, whether that's all the ground plane, on building facades and now on rooftops. We have a comprehensive suite of award-winning design strategies and documents such as Buildings That Breathe and Design-Led City that are critically important when working with industry and the community to achieve design excellence. The Green Building Elements Report, developed in association with design firm Lat27, specifically to inform this amendment package, just last month won the National Landscape Architecture Award for Best Research, Policy and Communications Project. With all eyes on Brisbane as we lead up to the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, we have a real opportunity to lift the standard of design and put our own stamp on Brisbane's identity. We're not Melbourne or Sydney. We have our own unique style and charm. With over 300 days of sunshine a year, we need to make sure that buildings embrace our subtropical climate and outdoor lifestyle. Natural cooling, lush landscapes, shade and comfort are key elements to achieving sustainability and resilience in new buildings. Not only do we want to see green landscaping on rooftops, but we also need to be functional and usable throughout the entire year, particularly during the hot summer period. This amendment strikes a balance between creating green spaces and spaces for residents to use and enjoy. Rooftops will need to meet certain requirements, including providing a minimum of 15% of landscaped areas, most of which will need to be around the perimeter of the buildings, a maximum of 40% of the rooftop for roofed structures, with a maximum combined total gross floor area of 15% of the rooftop for all fully enclosed structures. The amendment applies to buildings in the medium and high density residential zones and also mixed use and commercial buildings into the centre zones located throughout the city and suburbs.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sri.
Will Councillor Allen take a question?
Councillor Allen, will you take a question?
Not at the moment.
Sorry, no.
This amendment is a great achievement for the city and another step towards the Shrinner Council's vision to build a better Brisbane that is clean, green and sustainable. Having completed consultation in November and December 2020, the amendment package will be sent to the state government for review and approval to adopt into the city plan. Now, turning to a couple of points that were made earlier, Councillor Cassidy made much of the TV segment on the weekend. I would encourage him to perhaps go and have a look at the online at the Labane development in Newstead, which provides a really good imagery of just what's been achieved there. The surrounds of the upper floor of that building are all green. The fact that he's sort of indicating there's only 4 pot plants there is demonstrably wrong if he has a bit of a look online. It's one of these things where he should do his homework first. I would also note that the greenery on the rooftop is in addition to what would normally be provided or required for the building. So this is additional green space. Now, I would also point out that the nature of the design on these things, it is complex. Obviously, you need to make sure that these trees and gardens can be properly watered. So it is a relatively expensive exercise for a developer to undertake, and it is an outcome that we want. We think it's good for the city. We think it's good for the residents and the occupiers of these buildings, but we do recognise it costs more to get these outcomes. Now, I think it was Councillor Johnston was concerned about potentially these buildings appearing next to character houses. These are only allowed in medium density zonings or higher, so she won't see those occurring next to sort of character housings, unless of course
Councillor Johnston, please.
Of course it's already zoned medium density housing. Now to Councillor Sree's point, you know, he made much of this being potentially a couple of pot plants. If he read the amendment in detail, he'd realise that there are minimums and guidelines on what can be put on these rooftops in terms of you know, structures, greenery. The notion that it might be just a couple of pot plants is totally incorrect, and the amendment is drafted to ensure that doesn't happen. The other thing I would point out is that, you know, I think this is a great outcome. You know, these buildings are better designed, they provide better outcomes for the city and the residents, and he made much of you know, what other cities are doing. It's interesting to note that in Singapore,
Point of order, Chair.
they have a fairly...
Councillor Sri.
Will Councillor Allen take a question?
No, Councillor Sri. In Singapore, they actually encourage this type of development. They encourage their developers to put green buildings on and green facades, and guess how they encourage that? They provide them with an extra storey. So, you know, this isn't unique to Brisbane. This is something that's happening in other cities. I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you. First of all, wanted to deal with the issue of the land at Wacol and the question about what would happen if, theoretically, someone tried to sell that land. And so I can confirm from the Chief Legal Officer, the deed of agreement for the transfer of land to the Nashos includes the granting of the first right of refusal. If at any time after the transfer date, the transferee intends to assign, transfer or sell any of its interest in the proposed land, or intends to cease being an incorporated association under the Act, i.e. winds up, the transferee must offer the land to the council for the consideration of $1 by executing and delivering to council a contract detailing the terms and conditions on which the transferee intends to assign or transfer or sell the land. So it comes to us for $1. There is also the consent caveat which will be placed on the title. So we're very clear about what would happen if the Nashos no longer exist or no longer need that land. It comes back to council for $1. So there is definitely the protection there in this proposal. I did want to just respond to some of the comments that were made about the Rooftop Gardens Amendment. And it's really interesting to see the way that Councillor Sri loves to play the class warfare up. So according to what he's said in this place, only wealthy people get rooftop gardens and poor people don't, right? That's, you know, pretty much a summary of what he said.
Point of order, Chair. Councillor Sri.
Claim to be misrepresented.
No.
So he didn't say that. He didn't say that now, because that's what I heard. And he also said that developers told him they just want to make more money. Which idiot developer would actually say that to a Greens councillor? Like, seriously, that never happened. That never happened. You made that up, Councillor Sri. But look, what's happening here is that we're... Name and shame, Councillor Sri, name and shame. Yeah, that's right. So,
councillors, please.
So what's happening here is that we're seeing there is already a trend for rooftop gardens happening, and that is very much a market-driven trend because people want these things. What we're doing is providing an additional incentive so that more buildings can have them, including those that might not be able to afford to put them on the roof at the moment. And so this is exactly our intent. It's to make sure that more buildings can have it, not just the ones that are entirely market-driven, but also other buildings. And this, in the end, is how we're encouraging, and through this particular amendment, more people to benefit. And so what will happen here is if you've got a purely market-driven situation and you've got a building that is full of more affordable housing, if they have the choice between offering an extra floor of accommodation or a rooftop garden area, and they have to lose a floor of accommodation, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? They're going to lose the rooftop garden. That's the reality of what will happen. And so what we're saying is you shouldn't have to lose the rooftop garden. You should provide that for the benefit of your residents. And so by providing an incentive, we will see more people benefit from this.
Point of order, Chair.
No, I won't take a question, Councillor Sri. You didn't take a question when you were asked one. And I've taken plenty of questions today. Okay. But what I will also say is the idea that somehow this is like a safety requirement that you can force onto a developer is ludicrous. You can't compare this to a fire escape. That's right. But in the end, right, if you force something on a developer, who pays for it? Does the developer actually pay for it out of the goodness of their heart? No, it just goes, it gets added onto the cost of every apartment. That's what happens. So if you force something on a developer, you're forcing the residents of that building to pay. And that's where Councillor Sri's class warfare comes unstuck. Because because what we see the Greens do consistently, and we know
Councillor Johnston, please.
We know Councillor Cook also supports this approach because she was giggling away during Councillor Shree's comments. This is class warfare. Councillor Shree supports it, Councillor Cook supports it. But the reality is this: you can't solve every problem by taxing billionaires or by taxing developers. You can't. And it is absolutely criminally misleading to suggest to the community that every problem and everything can be paid for by taxing billionaires or taxing property developers. Does anyone actually believe that in real life? Anyone that's actually got a basic understanding of economics and finance and the way the world actually works? What happens if you try to tax billionaires? Oh, that's right, they actually go somewhere else. Yeah, that's a great policy. That's a great policy. What happens if you tax developers more? The price of accommodation goes up. That's what happens. And so the Greens might believe in magic pudding economics, Labor might believe in magic pudding economics, but in the end, it's actually...
Councillors, please.
But in the end, someone has to pay, and it's usually the people that Shree claims he's trying to represent. And so we know what will happen here. We know that the fake magic pudding economics won't stack up, and that if you want to encourage a certain type of thing in our city, whether it's a certain type of development, then some incentives have been a proven way of achieving those outcomes. And we've seen time and time again where incentives for particular types of development have worked to encourage those developments. And so this is another example of that, and what it will see is not just the A-class or the really exclusive buildings getting rooftop gardens, but it will see other buildings get them as well. That's what we want to see, and that's why we're incentivising it. We want to see this to become the new standard for buildings that are being built in those areas that are listed here across the city. And that is a good aspiration to have. And Councillor Shree claims he's talked to the experts. Those experts are apparently just people at Greens branch meetings. But the reality is, if you look at what's happening around the world, and in particular Singapore, as Councillor Allen suggested, how does Singapore encourage this? They give extra height. They give extra height. And Singapore
Johnston, please.
has one of the most egalitarian housing systems in the entire world. And in fact, 85% of housing in Singapore is public housing. But it's built in a commercial way by commercial developers. And they get it done, and they provide a good outcome. They provide housing for all in a way that is sustainable and provides green buildings and green roofs. And so you can't have it both ways, Councillor Shree. If you want more people to benefit from this sort of stuff, including people of all income ranges, then you have to incentivise it. And the blunt instrument of making it compulsory will just force up the price of housing. It's exactly what it will do. And so we are trying to make sure that more people can benefit from this type of development and these type of buildings. And I look forward to seeing more green buildings and more green rooftops across the city as we come towards the Olympics. And I know that when people come here in 2032, one of the things that they will be blown away by is the sustainability of our city and also the sustainability of our buildings. I think that will be one of the takeaway things that we have. I'm looking forward to seeing more of this happen, and we're absolutely committed to supporting it.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Shree, your claim of misrepresentation.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I didn't say that only the rich get rooftop gardens. I was simply pointing out that the current trend within our city is that there are two styles of apartment development, one which is geared towards luxury, wealthier residents, and another style which tends to be targeted towards lower income residents, and that the facilities on those developments match accordingly.
Thank you. We now move to a vote on items E and F. Items E and F in seriatim. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division's been called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cook. Or please ring the bells. We have a couple of councillors absent. Thank you, councillors. The division is on item E and F. Item E and F, all in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Those opposed, please say no and raise your hands. No. Any abstentions? No. Clerks?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
Declare that carried. Councillors, we now move to the vote on item G. Item G, all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Division. Seconded.
Division's been called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Hutton. Please ring the bells for 1 minute. Thank you, councillors. The division is on item G. Item G, all in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Any opposed? No abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, Nachos. Councillors. Councillors, we now move on to items B and C in the E&C report. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Both of these items relate to financial reports. One is the quarterly financial report and progress. The other is the budget review. Both of these reports are indicative of our ongoing program of responsible financial management while delivering for the people of Brisbane. Both of these reports reflect that, as we've continued to do, we make adjustments throughout the year to keep the budget strong and balanced. We know in the past that the Leader of the Opposition has criticised us having a budget that has a small surplus, and he was thinking that it was really weird that we would have a surplus. That was his exact words. It's weird, a weird surplus. Why are you so obsessed with this weird surplus? Well, we've seen time and time again in the last 18 months exactly why we need a surplus, because unexpected things happen. Income that you expected to get from different things doesn't eventuate. Revenue or grants that you expect to get from certain things, like, for example, the Brisbane Metro, doesn't eventuate because of state political games. So we have kept the budget strong. We've had that surplus eroded by 32 million, and that's, once again, indicative of why you have a surplus, to provide that buffer zone. But some other things that I'm sure Labor won't point out in these reports. Parking fines are down. Parking fines are down significantly, despite their efforts to suggest that there are some kinds of targets for people to go around fining people. Parking fines are down. Parking revenue is down. And so we continue to see the impacts of things like COVID, fewer people out and about, and it is having an impact on the budget. And so why we responsibly manage the budget, why we have a small surplus, I think recent events have indicated exactly why that is. But in the meantime, we're continuing to gear up with our initiatives across the city. We're continuing to spend, what is it, Councillor Marks? Something like $1 million a month on fixing footpaths. We're spending, we've allocated up to $45 million for the year on footpaths. We have no other administration in the city's history that has spent more and allocated more on footpaths. And we see, for example, the Labor Party pulling stunts like, oh, we need to fix 1,000 footpaths. We fix that in a blink of an eye. We fix 1,000 footpaths a month, don't we, Councillor Marks? And so, look, you know, we know that the Labor councillors really are clutching at straws when it comes to issues that they're focused on. And if in doubt, you can talk about the labour allowance that they introduced 30 years ago. But the reality is we get on with the job of building infrastructure, of maintaining infrastructure, of investing in parkland, of upgrading our parks and sporting reserves, of protecting green space. All of those things continue to happen because we're able to manage the budget responsibly. So I commend these two reports to the Chamber.
Thank you. Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on both of these. Here's one of those fixed footpaths that the Lord Mayor is talking about. He's just running away now. There's a badly cracked and damaged footpath. No trees nearby, Councillor Marks. There's a massive hole in the middle of it, but they've come out with a grinder, taken a bit of an edge off. There's a massive lip with a bit of old bitumen that's crumbling away. That's a so-called fixed footpath in the blink of an eye, and that's in Rodway Street, Zilmere. And that is the story of this city under this LNP administration, suburban neglect. And the story of this LNP administration, when you look at their annual quarterly progress report and financial report, is a story of cost blowouts and delays on projects as well. So this is the first update handed down since this current LNP Lord Mayor handed down his budget. And this report represents how this budget is faring over the first 3 months of that financial year, and it's not faring very well at all, Chair. In capital spending, every single program across the budget is down, which is actually quite an extraordinary thing. Sometimes most of them are down, some of them are on track, and some are overspent very occasionally. But in this case, as we are recovering as a city from COVID, we're seeing every single program underspent at the 3-month mark. Transport for Brisbane is down more than $23 million. Clean, Green and Sustainable City is down almost $12 million. Only 12.7% of the allocation for capital projects has actually been spent, 25% of the way through the year. And expenses are well down as well in infrastructure by $11 million, city standards, community health and safety underspent by $5 million. That's those footpath jobs that are not being done. Underspending maybe because they just get a bag of cold bitumen and go in there and put it in a few cracks and they go, oh, job done, tick that one off. And then as it rains and as people go over them on their mobility scooters and that bitumen wears away, this administration says, no, people in mobility scooters, no, we fixed that. We fixed that in a blink of an eye a year ago, and our footpaths and our streets and our roads remain inaccessible, Councillor Marks, through you, Chair. So true to form, Chair, this LNP Mayor makes false promises to get his face on TV but fails to deliver in our suburbs. He is far too busy blowing this budget on apps and self-promotion to actually do his job, and he's even failing to deliver on his inner-city token vanity projects on time as well. When you go through this document, the term rephased expenditure, which is code for delays, is mentioned 66 times. Barambin has been delayed by $12 million already, and that's barely started. They just put some signs up. Taken the golfers away, and it's now delayed by $12 million already. There's over $23 million worth of delays to the Brisbane Bendy Bus project and the Green Bridges project as well. So much for fast-tracking those projects at those TV announcements, Mr. Chair. The Lord Mayor's own economic response to COVID-19 has been underspent by $300,000. So that all just goes to show that he is all talk and no action. He doesn't intend that single item alone, underspending on the economic response to COVID-19, which is meant to be immediate and nimble. He doesn't intend to help this city recover from COVID-19. He's just more about using this pandemic to get in front of the TV camera and make fake announcements. When the LNP Lord Mayor says his budget was all about economic recovery, it was clear that he was being coached by Scotty from marketing and his stroll-out sense of urgency. Setbacks also exist for active transport projects and improvements to the ferry network. No surprises there when, in the dead of night, this Lord Mayor guts the monohull ferries and closes terminals down entirely. And this is all despite, Chair, this is all despite revenue for ferry services and ferry maintenance coming in earlier than expected. So they're getting more, this LNP administration is getting more money in for ferry services and ferry maintenance, and they're spending it slower and slower. So where is the money going? We know it's not going on to delivering cross-river ferry services from Norman Park. We know it's not going on running these kitty cat services because they're blowing up on the river left, right and centre. One dropped a gearbox the other day, another dropped a drive shaft the other day, and this administration, this current LNP Lord Mayor, can't cobble together a roster to run these ferries to make sure that people can get around our city. I mean, you've got to ask yourself what the hell is going on in Brisbane, Chair. So this administration has the cash, they've got the money coming in, but they're refusing to spend it on the ferry network, on the kitty cats, on the city cats, and there's no wonder that these are being cut left, right and centre. We're seeing millions of dollars in delays to library refurbishments and community facilities maintenance, and over $1 million in setbacks to waste management and green waste recycling. And now curbside collection needs more funding. I wonder why. I wonder why when they cut that service for a year, and then people, we finally realise there's a moment, a road to Damascus moment over there in the LNP that they went at one point there close to that budget went, oh bugger. Oh, we think we stuffed that one up badly and had to bring it back early because the Labor opposition here and the community fought so hard to get it back. And who would have thought after it being delayed by a year that they need more money for curbside collection? We also see in this quarter an underspend on Mozzie spraying by $300,000. So they tried to do their best over the last year, but they're back to true to form, Chair, when it comes to mosquito and pest services and underspending that budget. And people right across the north side and the eastern suburbs are feeling the bite at the moment. So the people of Brisbane deserve much better. They pay their rates in good faith, Chair, but they get a slap in the face from this LNP Lord Mayor. On Clause C, the second review of the budget itself, overall the second budget review has resulted in over $27 million in cuts and delays to capital projects. Cuts and delays at a time when council should be doing everything it can to support employment in our city. They should be accelerating projects and stimulating our economy as we emerge from this pandemic. We see over $33 million in delays or cuts to capital works in infrastructure for Brisbane, in the Infrastructure for Brisbane program. There's over $9 million in cuts or delays for works in the Clean, Green and Sustainable City program. And we're seeing delays to suburban road upgrades. Surprise, surprise, the suburbs miss out again. The Beams Road project has seen almost $8 million pushed out into future years. We can only wonder why. We can only wonder why when they were cooking up a political campaign with the federal member for Petrie and the federal LNP candidate for Lily to delay the start. I didn't hear. There was a mumble. There was a.
Councillors, please.
Dutton's a good guy. Did she say? Oh right. I don't know. I can't stand that mumbling over there. They were cooking up this political campaign with their federal LNP counterparts to delay the start of the Beams Road open level crossing project. And here in black and white, they're delaying the council part of that project, the Beams Road upgrade, as well, to tie in with that federal LNP campaign. Chair, it is absolutely shameless. Absolutely shameless. There's a $2 million delay to the Newnham and Wecker Roads project and a $15 million delay for the Rochdale and Priestdale Roads project as well. On top of that, there's a $3.5 million delay to drainage construction. You would think the geniuses over there in the LNP might go, oh, the Bureau of Meteorology is saying this is going to be the wettest, or possibly the wettest summer we've had in 2 decades. And what will we do? We will gut the drainage projects, we will gut the money for suburban drainage construction and spend that on advertising an app instead. An app that most people, when they download it and use it, look at it and go, I can get all this information on Google. And of the 134,000 businesses there are in Brisbane, there's just about, I think, 3,000 on that app now. They're all on Google, by the way. So the most basic council services in our suburbs are falling by the wayside. But of course, the thing that never falls by that wayside is the advertising projects in this budget. The $4.5 million on the app, the $6 million on the Living in Brisbane Flyers chair. The Lord Mayor spends more advertising some of these inner city projects than he does on basic services in the community. He spends more money advertising himself and inner city projects than he does constructing footpaths in the suburbs, than he does constructing drainage projects in the suburbs, or he does supporting community and sporting clubs in our suburbs, Chair. So when you sit down and compare the list of projects that's being delayed and cut with the projects that are fully funded and never miss a deadline, you get a sense of this LNP Lord Mayor's priorities. He doesn't care about the residents of this city. He just cares about himself. He can spin all he likes, but these documents before us confirm that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on items B and C. The annual operational plan progress and quarterly financial report reflects the change in Council's financial position for the period ended September 2021 and records variances in delivery of the annual plan. The quarterly financial report has been prepared to show the approved budget against the year-to-date results, and while the annual operational plan progress report records variances in the delivery of the annual plan. As councillors know, this report gives an update on progress at a single point in time. The report shows we continue to meet our key financial ratio targets, demonstrating our careful financial management and our management of risk. The report also reflects changes in various areas compared to this time last year, as per the budget and other factors. This is the first report of the new financial year, so, Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr Chair, as is always the case, in the first quarter, we are more often than not in the planning and scheduling phase for projects in the budget, which is reflected in the budget expenditure percentages in the report. We wouldn't expect that Council had perfectly spent 25% of the budget 3 months into the year, and this report reflects that. On item C, in June, when the annual plan and budget is set down in this chamber, project delivery is phased based on the best possible information available at the time, and it is refined during the budget reviews. Overall, Mr Chair, this review consists of fairly minor changes from 1BR. The anticipated accumulated surplus for 30 June 2022, as approved by Council at 1BR, was $13.947 billion. As a result of 2BR, this will decrease to $13.915 billion, representing a reduction in operating capability of $32.2 million. In this budget review, we have reported savings of $17.9 million across a number of projects. Overall revenue increases by $4.4 million, largely due to revenue recognition for funded projects such as urban utilities contributed works. These increases are somewhat offset by some projects continuing in forward years. As is normal throughout the budget review process, we have seen some scope changes in council projects and accounting adjustments, resulting in transfers of CapEx to OpEx and vice versa. Importantly, net debt per capita and borrowings remain at published levels, with no change in the end-of-year forecast. I will just briefly turn to my program of city governance. We too have some minor changes in the second budget review. Firstly, there's funding for improvements to both the ratepayer experience and also operational efficiency for our rates management team. We've recently reflected on the ongoing success of Council's award-winning contact centre, and while we rightly pay tribute to the staff in that team, all council employees have a role to play when it comes to giving residents the best possible service when they dial 3403 8888. Our rates management team is the largest contact centre within council, other than the main contact centre triage team, and funding provided in this review will enable officers to better assist our customers, even if they have to work remotely. With severe weather season upon us, it's also timely in this review that we note additional grant funding for our City Resilience branch to undertake planning and community engagement to ensure our city and its residents are prepared for whatever Mother Nature sends our way. To conclude, Mr Chair, this is a modest budget review which reflects the Schrinner Council's careful financial management in uncertain times. We continue to invest in the future and deliver highly rated services while managing our city's finances and not borrowing to keep the lights on.
Thank you. Further speakers on B and C? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on items B and C. And we're up to, I don't know, really what we're up to. Is this our like 4th or 5th finance chairperson in the past sort of 4 years? And clearly they're getting the same lines over and over and over again. But there are a few things I want to take up today. And I would like to start with this wonderful statement about the debt being in line with published levels. And the finance chairperson made some comments earlier today about how fabulous Brisbane City Council's finances were. And we don't borrow money for the lights, to put the lights on. Well, that's exactly what council's doing, because building parks and undertaking park projects is operational business for this council, so it's fundamentally untrue statement. But let's look at the published levels of debt. Now, let's start with a sort of comparison. What is the relevant ratio for debt that is considered best practice in Australia? 60%. Now, we know why it's best practice in Australia, because Australia's greatest treasurer, Peter Costello, set 60% as the federal government's debt ratio when he was the Treasurer of Australia. Now, according to the finance chairperson, it's all well and good that we've got published levels of debt, but let's look at what they are compared to what best practice is. So best practice being 60%. So in 2021-22, they're estimated to be 210%. That's how much our liabilities exceed our assets at council. It's a phenomenal amount of money. But is that going to go down next year? No. This council's going to borrow more money. It's going to go up to 223%. And then maybe it'll go down the year after that? No. It's going to go up again to 225, nearly 226%. So when the finance chairperson stands up and tells you how great council's finances are, she's burying the lead a little bit. Yes, debt might be in line with published levels, but she won't tell you what the published levels are, and she will not give you a comparison against best practice. And the reason is because council's financial position and its level of borrowing is huge. It's the biggest it's ever been since I've been a councillor. There is no plan to pay this debt down. In fact, a few years ago, they put all the debt on the bank card in the bottom drawer, never to be paid off. So there is a massive problem with how this council is borrowing, and it is borrowing for everyday projects. They're everyday in the sense of operational business for this council, and they are borrowing for those projects. But then you look at the actual budget. Now, again, we had the sort of patronising comments that, look, this is just a snapshot in time, it's the 1BR, you know, we never kind of meet our expenditure targets. You guys set the budget. You guys figure out what's going to be in the budget. That's Councillor Cunningham, that's the Lord Mayor, that's the Deputy Mayor. They have a thing called the Expenditure Review Committee, and they get together and they put the budget together. We don't actually see it. It's physically on the desk in here on budget day, and I come in and I've got to read it here. But these guys work on it for months and months in advance. And Councillor Cunningham has just said to us today, well, we never expect it to be on track in 1BR. Meanwhile, it's never on track in 2BR, 3BR or 4BR ever. But it's never on track in 1BR because we're just doing scoping and planning. You set the budget. You create the budget. You set down what we're going to do. If you know it's all scoping and planning, why does the first budget review not reflect that scope? It's not what's happening, because this council says this is what we are going to do. We're going to resurface roads. Duh, duh. We're cutting road resurfacing. We're going to maintain and improve culverts and drainage. cut by millions of dollars. And it goes on and on and on in this budget report before us today. And it's not like this is a budget set by some external body that council's got to live up to. This is the finance chair, the Lord Mayor, the deputy chair, probably the deputy finance chair, get together in a meeting with the chief financial officer and finance people at council, and they create the budget. They're not even coming close to meeting the budget that they've set. And the way it was discussed here today is like, well, no, that's some whole separate thing. And, you know, we're just doing a little bit of scoping work in Q1. Well, we can see on the ground that projects aren't being delivered. And it's shocking to have a look at some of the cuts, you know, that are in there. And Councillor Cassidy did raise some of these. But here's a good one. We're delaying and cutting funding for the Safe School Travel Infrastructure Project. That's the 18 footpaths that are actually funded in the budget. This council, I think it was about $1.8 million. This council's cutting $200,000. That's 1 or 2 footpaths that it was supposed to build this quarter that it can't build. I'm sorry, there's 9,000 people up there at council. How is it that you can't build a couple of footpaths in the first quarter of the year? How is it, when there's only 18 new footpaths being built in the whole city under this program, that 1 or 2 of them can't be built in the first quarter? So we're cutting it, delaying it. That's bad management, bad financial planning and bad delivery. Let's have a look at another one. Here's a good one. This is to maintain and improve Brisbane's traffic network and resurfacing. $14 million underspent. So we can't fund some road resurfacing either, and I can tell you they're in a pretty bad way with all the rain. $14 million. This council's key responsibilities are roads, rates and rubbish, and all 3 of these services aren't being met on their own standards, on their own project that they set down for themselves. Here's a couple more. And Councillor Cassidy mentioned this, but it sticks out too. Victoria Park. This is their headline project. $7 million underspent. $7 million. They can't even, they're iconic projects that you get a flyer in your letterbox every 5 minutes saying how great's Victoria Park, we're building Victoria Park. No, they're not, because they can't spend the money that they've budgeted to do the delivery. And then we've got, stormwater. Stormwater. Oh, my Lord. It's pouring rain. We've got backed up stormwater drains. You just don't fund enough in my ward. $1 million cut. $1 million cut. And it goes on and on and on. I'll keep going then, because I like talking about what you're actually doing. You guys like to think that you're doing a lot, but when you come in here and you look against the scorecard about what you said you do, you're not even close. Not even close. And it's not even on 1BR, 2BR, 3BR, 4BR. None of them are ever met. So here's my feedback. Get your budget planning right. Get your budget planning right so we don't come in here and we don't have these criticisms. This is not some minor thing. There's millions of dollars of funding for important maintenance projects that is not being delivered in the city. I suspect part of that is because of the upheaval with staffing in this city. We've got senior executive managers in council being mysteriously marched out the door. What happened to Kate Davies? That's what I'd like to know. Where did she go? Yeah. We haven't been told. Yeah, bounce back. Bounce back. That's how I found out too. So what's happened to the executive general manager of corporate and governance in this city? Where's she gone and why? Why are the councillors who work with her not told anything about it? Meanwhile, you've got all the PPI team who have to reapply for jobs, who don't know if they've got a job. This council has botched this up really, really badly. And I will make some comments about the sweetheart deal that's been done between the Labor Party and the LNP, and I don't know how much Councillor Sri knows about this. I note that the two major parties have given themselves $410,000 in extra funding for staffing and office support. And I presume that's one extra for Labor and at least 2 or possibly 3 for the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Sri, did you get any extra support? No, I did not get any extra support to do my job. But meanwhile, both the two
Councillor
major parties
Johnston, your
are
time has expired. Further speakers? Further speakers? No further speakers. I now move items B and C. Items B and C in the E&C report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Division's been called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cook. Please ring the bells. Councillors, you're voting on items B and C in the E&C report. All in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands. No abstentions, clerks?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
Thank you. I declare that carried. Deputy Mayor, the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report, please.
Finally, thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee held on Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday 16 November 2021 be adopted.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The Business Hub workshops and mentoring program for the week. It's a quieter week this week. Tomorrow from 9 to 11, prevention is the best cure, protecting your assets and getting paid, being delivered by Creditor Watch and Optimum Recoveries. Thank you for their partnership. And on the 30th of November at 5:30 p.m, Legacy Leadership Panel and Book Launch. It's an insight into leadership challenges, priorities and skills to make positive impact both personally and professionally, being hosted by Women on Boards and 6Ps. We thank them too for their collaboration with the Business Hub. Last week, our committee presentation was on the legacies of the cities that have gone before us as Olympic cities, and it's interesting to see, as a former history teacher, Councillor Landers, that you need to understand your past so you know where you're going in the future. And we had a summary of the hosts of the past 6 Olympic Games since 2000, and the committee were run through the common attributes about those host cities and previous and anticipated legacies that they have, and illustrating how the Olympic legacies have come to define those host cities. So back home here, we are planning the 2032 legacy. It is getting underway. Our legacy is currently in the strategy phase, obviously, but it does need to be to the IOC in a draft document by September next year. I can't wait to go out to the community and work with the residents of Brisbane on what they'd like to see for Brisbane 2032 and beyond, and I'll leave debate to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this presentation item before us today. And it begs the question, what is an Olympic legacy? Now, we hear that term thrown around a lot in council here, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about it from political leaders and those in business over the next few years. For some, legacy outcomes might be grand buildings or glitzy bridges, but residents don't want to see their council lose sight of the basics chasing Olympic glory. We were sold an historic investment in our city. Well, what exactly does that look like over the next decade? When we said Adrian Schrinner was getting ahead of himself in setting up an expensive standalone committee many months before the official organising committee had even been set up, he said it was going to be doing important work. So far, we've had a presentation on his $4.5 million app, vacancy rates in the CBD and bollards in the Queen Street Mall. The one and only presentation we have had on the Olympics last week was very telling about this LNP Mayor's approach. We were told that there is an agreed upon definition of what an Olympic legacy is, and that host cities have them, definitions of them, but apparently it is far too early for Brisbane to have any sense of what that legacy will be. So for all of the Lord Mayor's spin about this and this committee, there isn't much substance whatsoever, which is disappointing but not surprising. It's pretty true to form. Well, I can tell you, Chair, and tell the Chamber that Labor councillors do have a very clear view on what the legacy for Brisbane's 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games must be. It's in one word, it's suburban. So far, all this LNP Mayor has crowed on about are things that actually he has no control over. The reason for this is obvious, to get as much publicity as he can off the back of an Olympics and Paralympics brand, but what Brisbane needs is an historic investment in community sporting organisations, an historic investment in suburban infrastructure that makes our city accessible, clean and safe for all users, whether they're residents or visitors, Chair. The on-the-ground suburban investment will benefit our entire community long after the Games are gone. We need better footpaths, we need better active transport infrastructure. We're supposed to be hosting a Paralympic Games, Chair, but 40% of all Brisbane streets don't have a footpath at all, and the footpaths we do have on our streets are often cracked and neglected by this LNP Mayor. Our community clubs need better lighting, better drainage, better change rooms, better roofs, better fields, better fencing, better equipment. We need more community facilities, not less, which is what we're currently getting from this LNP administration. Instead of bulldozing community facilities like the LNP is planning, we should be upgrading them and acquiring more. The response from the Deputy Mayor about this last week left a lot to be desired. She said sports clubs should just apply for regular grants if, for instance, their lighting doesn't work or their roofs are falling in. The Lord Mayor keeps saying we must start work now, but fails once again to follow up his words with action. The Labor team in City Hall have a very clear Olympic and Paralympic vision for a legacy for this city. This LNP administration's vision is tokenistic at best, and Brisbane will suffer for it if it stays that way.
Thank you. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Oh, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, just very briefly. Reading this report, I think it's attempting to be something that it's not, and I'm not sure that Councillor Adams or our city has the power to be doing what it's suggesting here. So it seems to me that legacy equals motto based on this report before us today, and the report outlines all the mottos for recent Olympic Games and future Olympic Games, including the Beijing Olympic Games, New Beijing Great Olympics, London, Inspire a Generation, Tokyo, Faster, Higher, Stronger Together, Paris, Grand Paris Initiative, and Los Angeles, Follow the Sun. So Brisbane is currently in the planning, this is paragraph 12, it's currently in the strategy phase with planning and readiness and legacy realisation phases to follow. And if I heard the Deputy Mayor correctly, she's going to be undertaking some consultation on what our motto might be. I'm just wondering if Brisbane City Council has the right to do that, or whether it's the BOCOG
that will be doing that, and the BOCOG that sets up the legacy, the BOCOG that sets up the motto, the BOCOG that makes the decision about what the infrastructure is going to look like. And I'm really just wondering, is this, well, yeah, he's appointed his mate, you know, on there. These other mates are a bit peeved, I think, but anyway, she couldn't get across the line for the federal seat, so it's all right, the Lord Mayor's looking after her with another job. But what I'm concerned about here is that Councillor Adams seems to be conflating her role as the chair of this committee with running the Olympic Games organising committee. So I would be wondering why we're going out and consulting on a motto when that is something I would think that's going to be properly done by the organising committee made up of the federal, state and council and athlete representatives. But of course, if Councillor Adams thinks she can do a better job than all the Olympic athletes, fine. I mean, she's probably got, I don't know, what, you reckon $1.5 million for consultation on this? It'll probably get lost because, of course, they don't listen to the feedback on consultation. Yeah, but I'm really interested in what planning Brisbane City Council's doing to create a motto for the Olympic Games rather than BOCOG. And perhaps in her summing up, she can explain, perhaps there's some, it could be wrong, there could be some detail in the contract that we've signed that says Brisbane City Council has the right to determine what the motto will be for the Olympic Games. And maybe Councillor Adams will stand up and say, yes, Councillor Johnston, we've got that right under the contract. But I suspect not, and I suspect more properly this is a function of BOCOG and BOCOG's role. And I would think that they would be a little bit concerned about one council out of, you know, a dozen in the southeast corner going ahead and trying to create a motto for the Brisbane Olympics without going through the proper organising committee process that's still actually being set up. And, you know, that might be better for a little bit more detail in a report, say, but no, we're just getting, again, spin, marketing, and no actual progress on the Olympics and what it actually means for our city, and that's really appalling.
Thank you. Further speakers? Summing up, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and it's interesting to hear the distorted dystopian view from the independent councillor who summarised a small report on a 20-minute presentation and figured out it came to motto. Well, it would have been nice if she could be bothered to look at the presentation that the councillors did get last Tuesday on the legacy items and the summary that just talked about the mottos, to keep it simple because it is quite a complex study when you look at the legacies and what it actually means, and hasn't actually even been realised in places like Rio. And even some still opportunities from London coming from 2012 as well. Look, we all totally understand that Councillor Johnston is absolutely beside herself that I'm looking after the Olympics. I get it. I absolutely get it. But the vitriol and the jealousy does not stop the fact that is very much a role of Brisbane City Council to make sure that the legacy of the Olympics is set correctly for our residents. This is not about what the Gadiva Stadium looks like. This is not about what Brisbane Live looks like. This is about what that does for, because it is not in our role. And I never said it was in our role, but...
Councillor Johnston.
As I said, she hates it, Mr Chair. I know she can't resist. She can't resist. Whenever I speak, whenever it's anything that I look after, I know she can't resist. But it's not in our role to do what the organising committee is doing with stadiums and venues, but it is in our role to make sure the venues we do control and the precincts we can manage, we get the best outcomes. That is why we saw today the release of the interim stage 1 of the City Centre Master Plan, an important precinct within the Olympic legacy, and that is why it was actually presented at committee today by the Brisbane City Host Office, because that is in their remit, to make sure the planning is done in in these precincts. That is why Council is in negotiations with the Visy site at Kurilpa to deliver the outcomes for suburban sports precincts. There is a lot that we are doing in this space, whether Councillor Johnson likes it or not. And as for Councillor Cassidy, he listened to the presentation. He totally distorted again what I said about going and getting grants. That is not the response. I said at this point of time, grants is the best opportunity, but the further legacies for our sporting clubs will be enormous. All I can say to Councillor Cassidy is call the RSPCA because the horse is out again.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Now move the item before us. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, the Transport Committee report, please.
I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Owen that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday 16 November 2021 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Chair. Last week, the Transport Committee received an update on one of our most valued initiatives, active school travel. The presentation covered off on the schools that were recognised in this year's Active School Travel Awards, as well as new schools that will be joining the program next year. Throughout 2021, Council has worked with 37 schools and over 19,000 students to encourage more families to walk, ride or scoot to school. The program has continued to deliver very high success rates with increased active travel from an average of 23% to 40% in participant schools. Now, 4 schools received awards in this year's Active School Travel Awards night. I was privileged to MC it, joined by a large contingent of councillors just a few weeks ago. Junction Park State School took home the award for highest percentage of active travel within the small schools category. Junction Park started with an already high percentage of 59% of their students actively travelling to school, managed to increase this to 78%, so a very good result. Junction Park's school community have really embraced active school travel and it's now well embedded in the culture of that school, as we know. Shorncliffe State School won an award in the small schools category for the greatest increase in active travel. Shorncliffe started with 31% of students actively travelling to school and now they average 72% actively hitting the footpath, so a very good result there. They host different active travel community events each term, usually a large group walk from the beautiful waterfront down there at Shorncliffe. St Anthony's School in Kedron were absolutely overachievers at the awards this year, collecting not 1, not 2, but 3 awards for the highest percentage and greatest increase in active travel in the large schools category, as well as the School of Excellence Award. St Anthony's started with just 19% of students actively travelling in 2019 and now average 66%, with most families choosing to walk to school. So that is a tremendous result, Chair. If you imagine what that does to the traffic network around the school, that is a very, very big impact. The school has a very passionate committee with 4 parents and the deputy planning events and promotions throughout the year. They celebrate national days like Walk Safely to School and Ride to School Day, and they host regular walking school bus groups from the local park and will often include members of the Queensland Police Service reminding students of the importance of road safety as they walk to school. Finally, Chair, Eagle Junction State School was awarded School of the Year, a school very close to your heart, I know, Chair. Eagle Junction has a small but very effective active school travel committee and are so committed to the program that they've won the coveted Golden Boot Trophy 3 times in 2021 and 3 times in 2020. The student leader Green team produced a video to promote the benefits of active travel to the whole school, and on their yearly Green Day, the school encourages families to consider their carbon footprint and all forms of sustainable behaviour. Congratulations to these 4 schools. Their efforts make a big difference for the wellbeing of students and families and a big difference in the health and connectivity of our city. In 2022, another 13 schools will be joining the program, which will mean even more families travelling actively across our city, reducing congestion and creating a healthier community. I also just want to give a shout out to the active school travel team who bring the dream together every year and do a great job. They certainly have an outsized impact in terms of pound for pound council officers, so I want to congratulate that active school travel team once again. Now, Chair, in committee last week, we also considered a petition requesting temporary modification to the dockside ferry terminal for kitty cat usage, changes to the refurbishment of wooden ferries and for the Mowbray Park ferry terminal upgrade to either include the use of the adjacent public pontoon for City Cat services, or to be delayed until after the dockside ferry terminal upgrade is completed and accessible by City Cat services. Mr Chair, the petitioners requested have been considered, and the response highlights that the dockside ferry terminal will be upgraded next year in 2022. Subject to procurement and development approval, we're expecting that off-site fabrication of the terminal will start in early 2022 and on-site works from mid-2022. In line with the community wishes, the dockside ferry terminal will be upgraded first, with Mowbray Park Ferry Terminal to remain open while the dockside ferry terminal is under construction, rather than make temporary modifications to dockside, which would have been difficult considering its advanced age. We've brought forward the terminal upgrade so locals can have access to new, modern and safe terminals sooner. I note that all councillors at the committee supported the petition recommendation. Mr Chair, finally, I'd also like to briefly touch on another safety measure that we've just announced for e-mobility here in Brisbane. Yesterday we announced that from 1 December our Neuron and Beam e-scooters will be locked out from midnight through to 5 a.m. Throughout the CBD and Fortitude Valley on Friday and Saturday nights. These lockouts will be part of a 6-month trial aimed at reducing some of the more dangerous rider behaviour that we see happening in our busiest nightlife precincts in the early hours of the morning. Riders will still be able to end a trip in the safe night precincts, but they won't be able to unlock a scooter, and they won't be able to start a trip during this 5-hour period within those precincts. As part of the trial, the speed limit of all hire e-scooters across the entire city during those hours will be reduced to 15 kilometres an hour on Friday and Saturday nights after midnight. This is one of several safety reforms that we have delivered since starting the hire e-scooter scheme, and now we need the state government starting to follow suit. And I'm very much looking forward to some productive discussions with the State Transport Minister Mark Bailey and Queensland Government representatives tomorrow at our joint e-mobility roundtable, which I'm hoping will lead to further reforms in this space. I'm also pleased to announce that we'll be commencing a new trial of e-scooters in the Bayside suburbs of Wynnum, Manly, Sandgate and Shorncliffe from the 1st of December. This will be a 6-month trial of 200 e-scooters in the Wynnum Manly area and 150 in the Sandgate and Shorncliffe area, in time for summer and the Christmas break. And this will offer Bayside residents more ways to enjoy their local areas and to access leisure opportunities. Importantly, for our business sector out there who have been doing it tough since the start of the pandemic, we know that 1 in 5 e-scooter trips ends in a purchase at a local business. So we are very much hoping that the new e-scooters out there will result in more money in the pockets of local business owners. Mr Chair, the Schrinner Council is committed to expanding and enhancing e-mobility in Brisbane, but safety is always at the front of our mind whenever we make changes to the scheme, and I look forward to providing updates on these trials in the future, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further debate? Any further debate? Transport Committee report? Thank you. I'll now move the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Wines, the Infrastructure Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated the Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Matic that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 16 November 2021 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. The Infrastructure Committee presentation this week was the quarterly update on the major inner-city projects coordination, and the committee heard about had updates on Cross River Rail, Brisbane Metro, Queen's Wharf Brisbane, Kangaroo Point Bridge, among others, and it speaks to how much work's going on in the inner city and how those projects work together and how our teams work to ensure that our local road network here in the inner city continues to work through that period. There were no petitions, and I look forward to any contributions.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, just very briefly on this matter. Obviously, the Cross River Rail project is in full swing out in my ward, and it's causing a pretty significant level of disruption and safety concerns. And it's fascinating that Councillor Wines wants to bring this committee report to council today for debate. I'm looking forward to Councillor Adamant hopping up and telling us how pedestrian crossings on council roads are really a state government responsibility again, because that was just fascinating feedback last week, and I look forward to discussing his projects, you know, when they come up, where they might be near a state government facility, say like a school out his way that he might want to improve. And it'll be really interesting to see whether he has the same view when it's a safe crossing point in his own area. But it's fascinating to me that council acknowledges the disruption that's being caused by this project, but won't do anything to make it safer for pedestrians and cyclists and residents in my area. And I think that's incredibly disappointing.
Is that it? Any further speakers? Councillor Wines? No? Okay, we now move the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report. Councillor Allen.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted.
Second that.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Hammond that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday 16 November 2021 be adopted. Councillor Allen. Okay, so with item B, seriatim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Mr Chair, I also ask that item C be taken seriatim for debate and vote. Steve? Where's Carol?
Councillor Cumming, was that seriatim for debate and voting?
No, just for voting.
Just for voting? Okay. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. In last week's committee, we had a presentation on Council's Building and Construction Advisory Services. Council offers some fantastic development and planning resources which are affordable and easy to access. City Plan Online is a friendly or mobile-friendly self-service platform that informs council customers of planning and development options applying to a parcel of land. Councillors will be aware of Development Eye. This online self-service platform provides information about development approvals and proposals. Overall, Council has a plethora of resources available in the development and planning space. It is a complex area, but Council's expert officers, customers and community can be assured that they will receive top quality service and advice. In addition to the committee presentation, we had a petition requesting Council refuse a development application for a warehouse self-storage facility at 300 to 340 Tingle Road, Wynnum.
Thank you. Any further debate on items A and B? Councillor Cumming.
Thank you. Yes, Clause B was a petition signed by 295 residents against a warehouse DA at 300 to 314 Tingle Road, Wynnum. The site was previously a branch office for Downtown Toyota. There are also 152 submissions sent in relation to the DA, even though it wasn't an impact assessable DA. National Storage had applied for a self-storage depot. The building is going to be 4 stories or 15.1 metres high. It will dominate one of the major entries to Wynnum, being on the corner of Glenora Street, which Wynnum Road becomes after it crosses the railway line, and Tingle Road. The area features 2-storey buildings in the industrial area and detached houses on the opposite side of Tingle Road. This is a poor development which will be way out of place in the position. As the response to the position says, the proposed warehouse is a large box design. I believe the 24/7 usage will result in noise complaints from neighbours, with forklifts operating in the early hours of the morning. Their forklift safety beeps will annoy the neighbours. So to sum up, the development is too tall, it will be an ugly box, and the noise will annoy neighbours. So the Shrinner LNP Council should have rejected the application. I oppose the response to the petition.
Thank you. Any further debate on items A or B? Now move for a vote on item A. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Vote now on item B. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cumming and Councillor Strunk. Ring the bells, please, for a minute. Thank you, councillors. The division is on item B in this report. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Any opposed? Oh, wait on, did we get the count? Thank you. All opposed, please say no and raise your hands. No abstentions. Clerks.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 5 against.
Thank you. Declare that carried. Now move to debate on item C.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, and 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Landers.
I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, LNP. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on 30th of March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. 2 subsidiaries of the Shea Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on 30 March 2016.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, LNP. 2 subsidiary groups of Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Councillor Matic.
Mr Chair, I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, LNP. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on 30 March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Point of order, Mr Chair. I have a declarable interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, LNP. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Councillor Huang.
Yep, point of order, Mr Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of Liberal National Party of Queensland. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on 30th March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Mr Chair, I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, LNP. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Wines.
Mr Chair, I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, LNP. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, LNP. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on 30th of March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. 2 subsidiaries of the Shire Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Two subsidiaries of the Shea Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Two subsidiaries of the Shea Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I'm a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland. Two subsidiaries of the Shea Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on the 30th of March 2016.
Thank you. I also have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause C. I am a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, LNP. Two subsidiaries of the Shea Group, Capalaba Central and Wynnum Plaza Shopping Centre, made donations to the Liberal National Party of Queensland Council team, each of $10,000 on 30 March 2016. Deputy Mayor, as a majority of the councillors present have declared a conflict of interest in this matter, may I please have a motion about the delegation of this matter to the Chief Executive Officer?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that this chamber resolve that as a majority of the councillors presented have declared a conflict of interest in this matter, deciding this matter be delegated to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 238 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010.
We seconder?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Allen that as a majority of councillors present have declared a conflict of interest in this matter, the Council resolved that deciding this matter be delegated to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 238 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010. All in favour, please say aye. Sorry?
Motion, debate?
No?
Yeah.
It's, we are debating the motion to move. Yes. Sorry, Councillor Johnston.
Just very briefly, I do not have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter before us today, which is a petition against a development. I've not accepted money from developers, and I understand obviously this is from a few years ago, so there's no impropriety involved here, it's historical disclosure. But what it shows is the close links between developers and the LNP, and the fact that the business of this council has to stop and a matter has to be delegated back to an unelected council official to make a decision. And that is wrong. So I don't think this is an appropriate course of action. There are 7 councillors here who don't have a conflict of interest, and certainly we should be empowered to make the decision about how to handle this matter, and I don't think the process that's been set up is correct.
Deputy Mayor, if I reply on the motion? Okay. It has been moved by Councillor Adams, the Deputy Mayor, and seconded by Councillor Allen, that as a majority of councillors present have declared a conflict of interest in this matter, the Council resolved that deciding this matter be delegated to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with Section 238 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the meeting now adjourn for dinner. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Councillors.
Division.
Council is now. No seconder. Council is now adjourned for a dinner break for 1 hour. Yep, let's do it.
Councillors, welcome back to the chamber. Councillor Davis, please.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 16th of November 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The committee presentation on Tuesday was the first 5 years engaging children with nature. The Bush Kindy program engages children aged 3 to 5 to develop a connection with the environment and contribute to long-term sustainable behaviour. On Tuesdays, there are sessions at Karawatha Forest Discovery Centre and Downfall Creek Bushland Centre. On Wednesdays, there are sessions at Karawatha Forest Discovery Centre, and on Thursdays, sessions at Boondall Wetlands Environment Centre. Bush Kindy partners with a number of council work areas and comprises of activities including scavenger hunts, natural bushcraft, sport of play, story time, animal show, show and tell and themed nature games. Mr Deputy Chair, also presented was information on the Creek Neighbours program, which is a free educational program that aims to foster early connection to waterways and through education encourage children to become the environmental stewards of the future. The Creek Neighbours program comprises 4 sessions, which include a creek visit, a wildlife show, a celebration event and an in-kindy project. In 2021, 10 kindergartens participated in the program, with 28 classes delivered to 1,503 participants. In 2022, it's anticipated that a further 11 kindergartens will take part in the program. Deputy Chair, item B was a park naming of the main sporting field at Booker Place Park as Simon Clark Field. The committee considered a submission to name this park in recognition of Simon Clark, who was an integral part of the Moggill Football Club who play at the grounds. The committee supported the submission, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Is there any further speakers? Councillor Adamman.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. It's with pleasure that I rise to speak in support of item B, the naming of the main sports field at the Bellberry Sports and Community Club in honour of the late Simon Clark. I was first approached by the Moggill Football Club requesting if Mr Clark could be acknowledged in some way for his lifetime dedication and volunteer work with the Moggill Football Club. When I was briefed about Mr Clark's involvement, it was a no-brainer. We had to make such recognition happen. Before I do, allow me to elaborate briefly on the proud history of the Moggill Football Club. Formed in 1974, Moggill FC now has 500 junior and senior male and female players on its books. They first started playing on the site of what is now our dog off-leash area at Booker Place Park. Their colours are black and gold, and emblem is the water dragon, which is appropriate given the suburb of Moggill takes its name from Magill, the Aboriginal name for water dragon. Acting Chair, Mr Clark's association with the Moggill Football Club, which spanned more than 35 years, is one of which I know his family are very proud. He started playing football at the club from a young age, commencing as a goalkeeper, and continued to play on the main sporting field until he passed. Mr Clark was also a club committee member, coach and a club sponsor through his store, the Football Shed. In addition to playing and coaching, Mr Clark was heavily involved throughout his association with the club, ensuring teams had the correct equipment, organising raffle nights, team parties and filming games, which were then used by coaches to compile end-of-season videos for the teams. He also played many games in the yearly Susie Connor Charity Shield fundraiser. Many of his children now playing in the club senior team were coached by Mr Clark. His 3 sons who participated in the junior system continue to be involved with the club. Sadly, Mr Clark passed away at a very young age of 41 in 2014. Since then, there was a strong push within the Bellberry and Moggill communities to recognise Mr Clark's efforts and enduring influence at the club. Through this acknowledgement, the memory of Simon Clark and his significant contribution to grassroots soccer in my ward will live on for many years to come. I thank the Shrinner Council for helping make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adamman. Any further speakers? Councillor Davis. There being no further speakers, we'll now put items A and B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Councillor Marx, City Standards, please.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Marx and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted. Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. We had a committee presentation on the old windmill restoration project, and as I mentioned at the committee presentation at the time, for many years I worked on Wickham Terrace and the medical centres up there, and always looked at the old windmill and never ever had the opportunity of visiting the windmill.
Please continue. Please continue, Councillor Marx.
And so therefore I was delighted that I was able to visit the windmill and look at their restoration project that they did in that place, and they did a great job. And Shane, who was the construction manager, presented to the committee and was also gave us some really great and interesting stories about the project. The other part of the committee was we had two petitions, and I'm happy to leave debate to the chamber.
Thanks, Councillor Marx. Is there any further debate? I see no one rising to their feet. Councillor Marx? A reply? No. We'll now put the report. All those in favour of items A, B and C say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Councillor Howard, please. Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted. Councillor Howard, is there any debate?
There certainly is. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. So tonight I'm very, very proud to announce that our contact centre, our wonderful contact centre, has yet again scooped the pool for some wonderful awards, and this time national awards, for the National Oz Contact Awards. And so Narelle Bullock and Heather Beach represented us. They were our finalists for the Queensland Award, but last Friday we were successful in winning the national award. So it is wonderful, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, to again recognise the wonderful work that our contact centre does each and every day. And so fantastic that they were successful. I'd also just like to quickly mention just a couple of events that were on this week, and through you to Councillor Cumming, I really want to say a big shout out to Tom Oliver. The Wynnum Fringe Festival was just nothing short of amazing, and I know that many in the room visited and could see the fantastic work that's been done. And I think to know that a lot of the businesses in Wynnum so benefited from this wonderful festival that is only in its second year and has just gone from strength to strength. And I'd really like to put on record my thanks to Councillor Cumming, because I know that he's been a big advocate for it, and I think to have the local councillor supporting such a wonderful event is really great. So congratulations to Tom Oliver. And I just also want to mention that I also attended the Chatty Bench Festival, and I mentioned this last week, but I had the opportunity of going along with Councillor Matic on Saturday. And again, the work that has gone into this, and I really want to thank, through you, Councillor Marx, for her team painting the chairs, the seats are our council seats that are in a little park down in Kelvin Grove Urban Village, and it was just fantastic. Just a couple of the slats have been painted a different colour, and we had all of the locals came out to sort of hear stories about some of their neighbours, and it was truly lovely. We had a fantastic time. And if you're not doing anything this Saturday morning, from 8 o'clock onwards at Culgan Park at Kelvin Grove, they'll be there yet again. And of course, there's also the amazing markets that are on there as well. And so I would encourage everyone to just pop along and just see what can happen when all parts of council get together and create this fantastic Chatty Bench Festival. Everyone was very excited about it. I also want to give a big shout out to Gerard Bargo, who is the art director for our wonderful arts and an art market that will be happening this weekend, this Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And that will be happening in and around Spring Hill, and it's fantastic in the Lady Bowen precinct. And so Friday from 3:30 to 5, there'll be a sort of an end-of-year celebration. And I just want to say that Gerard put so much energy and effort into the fantastic artwork that he particularly does. He's a renowned Aboriginal artist based in Brisbane. His artwork is brilliant, bright colours. If you come and visit me in my office up at Brisbane Square, you'll see some of his work, and he does an amazing amount of work to bring other members of the community together, and this is his annual art exhibition. He couldn't have it last year because of COVID, so he's absolutely over the moon that it is going ahead this year. Moving to the report, we had a committee presentation to update us on capacity building support for council's community facilities tenants, and that was presented to us by our Healthy and Vibrant Communities Manager, Mark Ensor, and I really want to thank Mark for his informative presentation. And I think that the committee is really enjoying the presentations that we've been receiving lately, and this was one of the ones which is really about our business as usual basic work, but so interesting to find out all of the things that we're currently doing to try and to improve on how we help our the many people who use our community facilities. So that was great, and we also had a petition that was in regard to the opening hours of Fairfield Library, and I will just leave debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I ask that item B be taken seriatim for voting purposes, and I rise to speak on item B. Fairfield Library is an extremely busy library. It's located at the back of Fairfield Gardens Shopping Centre, which is immediately adjoining my ward office. It is an incredibly busy library. It's quite small though. It's basically one room. There's behind-the-scenes office and a loo, but there's no space for activities, and when there are activities, they're in the library. So, one of the issues that we have is this library is a beloved hub in our community, but it is not necessarily getting the love that it should get from council. We all know our libraries are absolutely fantastic resources, so this is the second time that our community has tried to have the library open longer. Fairfield Gardens is a major shopping centre. It has the largest Coles in Brisbane in it, and we draw people from all over the south side of Brisbane to come to Fairfield Gardens because of its flat and easy access. On Mondays, the library is closed. The shopping centre is open, but the library is closed. So my office doubles as the library. We receive the book trolleys, we receive people's returns when the book return shoots are chock-a-block. And there's a whole day where this wonderful community resource sits empty and unused. I'd certainly like the library open on Sundays as well, but unfortunately council said no to that. But there's absolutely no reason why this library can't be open on a Monday. There will be so many benefits for our community. We could offer more activities, learn to read classes, and other community-based activities in the library. We can employ more librarians. That's such a good thing. I'd really like to do that. We could have more staff working to support the library. It came through very clearly when we did the Dutton Park Fairfield Neighbourhood Plan that people wanted more out of our libraries, and extending the opening days at least to a Monday would make a big difference. I think the other issue, of course, with this is council's response is, well, there are other libraries that are open 7 days a week. They are remote from Fairfield. Indooroopilly Library is remote from Fairfield. Mount Gravatt Library is remote from Fairfield. Brisbane Square is remote from Fairfield. Annerley Library is about a kilometre up a hill that you can't walk up, and it is open on Monday, but it's smaller than Fairfield Library. The next closest library would be West End, which is even smaller than Fairfield and Annerley, or Corinda, which is also only open part-time and not on a Monday. So in the area that I represent, we have patchy library opening hours. The biggest of the libraries, the most central of the libraries, the most well supported in terms of community groups, public access, disability access, is Fairfield, and it makes sense that Fairfield Library is open. So it seems quite disappointing to me that yet again this administration basically says no, it's too hard to do. It's too hard to open a library one more day a week. I don't accept that. I can pretty much see that the only way some of these things are going to change is when this administration loses office, and then maybe we can say to the people of Brisbane that yes, opening a community library for another day a week, that would be a good thing. Instead, the LNP are saying to the people of Fairfield and Annerley and surrounds that no, it's too hard to have a library that is really well suited to supporting community access. We want it closed on Monday. We don't respect your request to have it open for additional days a week, and that's not a response that I support. It's pretty clear to me that this LNP administration is not listening. We've seen that very clearly today, and this is another example of their failure to respond to genuine community concerns about improving facilities. I mean, this wouldn't even cost that much, really. You've got a few staff hours, maybe a few additional running costs. It'd certainly be way less than the $4.5 million they're spending on the Brisbane app. It'd certainly be way less than the $6 million they're spending on living in Brisbane. Certainly be way less than the $410,000 that they're spending on extra staff for themselves. You know, and you name it. You absolutely name it. You could pick, I think, any number of council projects that are probably the lunch budget for E&C on a Monday would be about the same as opening Fairfield Library on a Monday, if we added it up over the years. I reckon that'd be about right. So, you know, these are all choices, of course, but the LNP are more interested in marketing, they're more interested in paying for stickers to put on things, they're more interested in topping up their offices with extra staff, but there's not a single cent to spend on Fairfield Library. That is very short-sighted and very disappointing, and I don't support the decision. Our community wants this library open more. It would be of great benefit to the community.
Are there any further speakers? See no one standing. We will now put item A. All those in... Oh, my apologies, Councillor Howard. Sorry, write a reply.
Thank you. Well, as usual, the independent councillor doesn't always get the facts 100% right. So, we know that the Fairfield Library is a much-loved community facility. It is one of 33 libraries across our network, and we know that the needs of all of the Brisbane residents are different, and that Council is committed to ensuring that our residents have a variety of options to visit our fantastic libraries at a time that suits their needs. We understand that residents live and work across a variety of hours, so our varied library hours work to meet this need across the city. This includes balancing opening hours across weekdays and weekends, including day and nighttime options at local and larger regional libraries. As you're aware, Fairfield Library is currently open 40 hours a week, including 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays and until 7 p.m. on Thursdays. These opening hours provide a balance of opening times across the weekdays and the weekends, including day and nighttime options. Regarding the library opening hours, there are only 6 libraries across Brisbane that are open 7 days a week, and that's because when we're looking at our libraries across the network, we have to look at a number of items, a number of factors, and that includes the usage, the location, the range of services available, our operating budget and the opening hours of other libraries in the region. So in terms of the response to the petition, on this occasion we have said that we will not be changing the operating hours, and but I do want to assure everybody who uses the Fairfield Library that it's a much-loved library, and I know that the librarians do a fantastic job, and I hope that everybody enjoys visiting there.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. We'll now put item A of the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. We'll now put item B of the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Strunk. Can you please ring the bells? Thank you. Who's missing? All those in favour for item B, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those against? No. When you're ready, can you please read the results, clerks?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 4 against.
Item B is carried. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 16th of November be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Huang that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 16th of November 2021 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks again, Mr Deputy Chair. Before I get to the report, I want to respond to questions on notice from Question Time. Regarding Councillor Cassidy's question in Question Time about ICT services, this matter is addressed in second budget review with a project to seek increased flexibility and scalability in the delivery of services so they can evolve with the ICT environment. Council will seek to implement a hybrid solution for ICT service delivery, which will consist of in-house council ICT staff, contractors and ICT service delivery partners. This is an optimised operating model and will improve value for money for council and ratepayers and will also support local suppliers. In relation to Councillor Johnston's question, the officers in my division are actually unaware of any financial changes in relation to the project that Councillor Johnston referenced, so I'd suggest that the councillor should raise it with the relevant chair which covers the project. The committee presentation last week was on council citizenship ceremonies, and I'll leave the rest to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Are there any further speakers? No, Councillor Cunningham. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Seeing no one standing, I have a petition here for Councillor McLaughlin regarding a development application in Wooloowin. Councillor Landers, can I have a motion for the petitions to be accepted, please?
Mr Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and their report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? See no one standing. Councillors, are there any items of general business? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise tonight to say a few words about a dear friend, Loris Barlow, who sadly passed away on the 1st of November 2021. Loris Barlow was a stalwart of the Liberal National Party for over 50 years. It was probably a little reminiscent of the time because it was 50 years ago, but as the story goes, Loris's husband Terry came home one day and proudly announced that he had joined them both up to the Liberal Party. Now, I don't know how that conversation went that night because the Loris I knew would have had a few words to say about it. But there was no doubt that the party was made richer by that decision and the active commitment of Loris and Terry Barlow. I met Loris in 2005 when my husband John and I moved to the Aspley branch, and I was told that there were 3 people I needed to make myself known to, and Loris Barlow headed the list. Such was her standing in the local branch. I learned pretty quickly that Loris was a woman with a strong view about many things, including suitable candidates. But that first meeting with Loris was life-changing for me, both politically and personally. Sometimes in life you have the great luck to meet a special person, someone who enriches your life just by being part of it, and Loris was one of those very special people. At the time I joined the party, Loris was the Vice Chair of the Aspley branch, and she held that position for many years. She was also a strong advocate for women's political participation and was very involved in the women's branch, including holding the position of Chair of Petrie Women's. And she was a very staunch supporter of her local female elected representatives, including Councillor Hammond, Councillor Landers, former Councillor Cooper, and of course myself. But there were 2 things that were inseparable from Loris Barlow: her family and the Aspley branch of the Liberal Party. In politics, we become used to the boundaries of electorates changing, seats appearing and disappearing, the names of seats changing, and indeed the names of political parties changing. But the one thing that was definitely not changing in Loris Barlow's lifetime was the boundary and the existence of the Aspley branch. For as long as Loris was there, then the Aspley branch was staying, and the boundary was taking in wherever Loris lived. She was the mountain that could not be moved and the anchor that locked us in place. When it came to party matters, Loris was a walking party constitution. She could be relied upon to know the rules of everything. But even more valuable was her knowledge of who the party was, its members and its local history. Loris was the living link to our local political past and to all the members of the party who made up that rich history. For someone who didn't drive and didn't regularly use a mobile phone, she was incredibly well connected and she cared. She cared about people and she cared about what was happening. So often you'd arrive at a meeting to be informed that so-and-so was not doing terribly well and that Loris had arranged flowers and a card on behalf of the branch. She was immensely proud to be a Liberal. From the moment she joined the party, Loris was always involved. Whether it was actively working on election campaigns, undertaking fundraising activities, in organising the Aspley branch Christmas party, and countless other things, of course. I couldn't remember an Aspley branch meeting that she wasn't at, and she never missed a state convention until she became a little frailer. But the thing she was even more proud of was her family. You simply could not be a member of the Aspley branch and not know about the Barlow family. Stories here and there of her Terry, to see the beaming pride when she spoke of what her sons Neil or Dennis had just achieved, and of course the great love she had for her grandchildren. To us in Aspley, Loris and the Barlow family were just part of our lives. In the end, she managed to leave us in a way that forever marked the link between Loris, the Barlow family and the Aspley branch. We learned of her passing by a message from Neil whilst we were sitting in a branch meeting at Aspley Hornets. And as such, Loris made sure that she didn't miss that meeting either. We were able to stand and raise our glasses and say, "Thank you for everything, Loris Barlow. You were the rock of Aspley and we will miss you."
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise tonight to speak on a couple of events that happened in my ward over the last couple of weeks. The first one was the Vietnamese community in Australia, the Queensland chapter, has undertaken a series of seminars in regards to talking about discrimination. The first of the seminars in the space was in regards to discrimination in the of the LGBTIQ plus community, and it was a bold step for the first seminar. But I tell you what, the Vietnamese community in Australia, the Queensland chapter, they're pace setters in my ward, and it didn't surprise me when they came and asked if I would support them and help sponsor the seminar. We also had sponsorship from the Happy Brain Psychology, which is a group that's recently established themselves up through the Forest Lake corridor, and we had one of the keynote speakers was their CEO. We also had special guests, Jessica Pugh, MP, member for Mount Omni, who gave I'll tell you what, with no notes, she spoke so well in regards to this area of discrimination. We were all just bowled over, honestly, without a note. She went on for probably around about 10 minutes, and it was just one of the best speeches I've ever heard her make. I want to also acknowledge Terry Hill from the Enola Elders, who welcome to country. Now, there was 40 people in attendance, and there could have been a lot more, but of course we had those the COVID plan to deal with. I reckon there would have been double that amount of people that would have liked to have been present. Tran Nguyen is the new vice president of the chapter, and she was in attendance representing Dr. Quang Bui. And one of my team was actually Neda Hernandez. She was asked to be the MC. We had Michael Gardner from the LGBTI community from the QPS, who spoke about the culture in the police force and how it's become more progressive and inclusive over the years. We also had Nav, which was a local Brisbane drag queen, who spoke about her experiences as a Sri Lankan drag queen and her experiences here in Brisbane as well. There was a good cross-section of young and old from all walks of life, as this was the first of this in this nature. Their goal is to host more of these seminars in regards to other discrimination areas of society. Now, the next event was a very special one. The St. Hugh Anglican Church celebrated their 40th anniversary in the Enola area. They have a new locum at the moment, Reverend Jonathan Brooke. The previous Reverend, she retired, and Jonathan came up from Surfers Paradise and had done a lot of work down in the Surfers Paradise area, and I've been talking to him about his time down there, which I think was around about 12 years. It was just some amazing stories about the need down in Surfers Paradise. We think it as a playground for people from Brisbane to go down and just have a great time. But there's a lot of need down there, and he really spoke about that, and it's just quite amazing some of the stories that he had. St. Hugh's is one of our oldest churches. We have 53 churches and religious organization in my ward, so that's quite an amazing amount. Now, they don't all have buildings, of course, because some of them meet in churches and halls and things like that, but there's 53 individual organizations. St. Hugh's is one of the is one of our, I call it one of our mega churches, but it's not mega in numbers, but the outreach into the community is mega. They just do so much for such a small group of parishioners. Our local scout group, of course, occupies a space in on their site as well, and that's very important. It's really hard for Scouts and Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts and other organizations to actually find space. They work extensively with refugees on skills that are needed to integrate into their new homes. One of the newer projects is establishing a small community garden that gives a horticultural outlet to local residents, not just to the parishioners, but they open it to all residents. So it's a Hughes doesn't just look after the spiritual needs, but they also look after a lot of the community needs in my area. Thank you to the good men and women of St. Hugh's for the work you have done over the last 40 years and the important work you're going to do in the future. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Any further general business? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to speak about my visit last week to the Brackenridge Scouts, of which I'm a proud patron. Group leader Kanga, aka Jeff Gridley, invited me to attend for two very special presentations. I had the honour of presenting Caitlin Robbins with her Australian Scout Medallion and Kaiwa Maramaru with her Australian Scout Award. These awards are bestowed upon Scouts who have worked through a series of personal challenges that develop their outdoor skills and special interests. This unit focuses on leadership, with leadership courses, positions and challenges featuring throughout the badge work. Both young ladies are an absolute credit to their leaders, parents and communities. Caitlin is also a surf lifesaver and coaches nippers. And Kaiwa has been involved in the Brackenridge High musicals and reached brown belt in Taekwondo. Both girls have helped the Brackenridge Lions at the Brackenridge Train Day on numerous occasions and also raised the flag and handed out the trees at my Australian citizenship ceremonies. They've marched in Anzac Day services and helped wherever they can to support our community. I was also thrilled to be scarfed up by Caitlin and Kaiwa. The scarf I am wearing tonight is a Queensland Supporter of Scouting scarf, maroon in colour with a supporter badge at its point carrying the Queensland Maltese cross. And Chair, as a mum of two former Scouts, it was really a great honour and I know my kids are impressed to see me wearing it. I have to mention the special woggle that Hawke, aka David Griffiths, the District Commissioner for Bramble Bay, gave me to wear as well. Councillor Marks, you will be impressed with the woggle that Hawke makes using old wire, plastic and rope that would otherwise have been thrown out, and it's a great lesson to young Scouts on reusing and repurposing. Thank you. I know that councillors will join me in acknowledging the incredible contribution the Scout movement makes in our society. Councillor Davis and I recently were able to attend Camp Agooneri this year at Baden-Powell Park and see our amazing young Scouts, guides, venturers and rangers collaborating to provide young people with special needs and other disadvantaged members of the community with a memorable camping experience. I thank and commend the committed leaders who volunteer to keep this movement going generation after generation and acknowledge their contribution to creating resilience in our young people and therefore a resilient future.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Is there any further general business? I see no one standing. Councillors, we now move on to the adjourned motion moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Griffiths that Brisbane City Council end the delays and stop holding up the congestion of Beams Road rail overpass. Councillor Cassidy, you have the floor. We are in debate.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. I move that this motion be withdrawn.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the motion by Councillor Cassidy that Brisbane City Council end the delays and stop holding up congestion of Beams Road rail overpass be rescinded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Councillors, meeting is adjourned.
Closed.
Closed.